Welcome, Red Knight.
Shift the glasses, crack the plates. That's what Bilbo Baggins hates. That's what Bilbo Baggins hates. So carefully, carefully with the plates. Blunt the knives and bend the forks. Smash the bottles, burn the corks. That's what Bilbo Baggins hates. So carefully, carefully with the plates.
Hello, good day guys. We're getting started for right now. Some exciting stuff to share. First of all, very first thing we have here today actually is a very nice email I received this morning. And let me go ahead and pull that up for you. This is from one of my favorite singers, as I requested an email from the website to sing his song When You're Evil. We have here a message from Voltaire himself saying, I quote, Anthony, please feel free to use my song in your performance. Good luck. Aurelio Voltaire. Very exciting there. Been a fan of him about 15 years. Got a When You're Evil we're going to go sing right now. I haven't done some karaoke and such in a while. So that will be a little oldie I like to have for the villain role in the melodrama coming up here in less than a couple months. Hopefully we'll get that here in May. So, looking very good for that. Elsa, how are you doing? Starting off our chat right away with your blue dragon. We have some new avatars for you, but welcome, Miss Elsa. Been a good while. Good morning stream to catch you.
Welcome back.
On this great time. We have some new command there. Exclamation Bilbo if you'd like. And yeah, we're about to sing a song. Very excited to share. One of my favorite artists has given me his blessing, basically, to sing that for our local performance. I look forward to other good things soon. How have you been, Elsa? Everything good with school and such? I hope you're doing good with your ice dragon. Looking fantastic. Thank you for starting off our chat right away today. Very exciting. Good to see you. We're going to get some Lovecraft Tales, some Darkest Dungeon. Elsa, you have been a great shield breaker lately in that game. One of our absolute best champions in the game and in the Roost as well. Fantastic to see you there. Game of Thrones compatriot. Exclamation Elsa as well. Hey, we might as well. We're about to do the other song here, so why not have some Game of Thrones fun? I'll show you the calendar today. It's actually for Greyjoys today, but it does mention Daenerys with that Yara Greyjoy alliance. So great to see you with your Ice Dragon. You're streaming unusually early. Yeah, I'm hoping to do it a bit earlier, more often. But actually tomorrow I have to go back on the job hunt. Sadly, I'm kind of forced to get some other income here for both gas money. We do have the current donation goal I mentioned before we switch over to live scene after the reading before Darkest Dungeon, just for gas money there. But yeah, we'll have to be getting some other regular income. So probably tomorrow morning I'll be looking for that. At least today though, another rehearsal day. We'll be to enjoy a full stream day. Probably 2 full streams today, also tonight and the rest of this afternoon, for a solid 5 hours at least now, I think. At least 4 hours, something like that. Good to see you. A lot of school, but hope will be less after Easter. You get a little break sooner. How many years you have left? Oh, this is your last year? Are you getting close to finish your college as well? Or? Yeah, tell us about it. I am curious and interested to hear. Thank you very much for joining us, though. It is lovely to see you. You're always very warm. Welcome to you, my fellow Targaryen compatriots. So like I said, I have to get some other income, but we're doing Macbeth right now, Shakespeare production of that, have a couple months. We're going to take the day off that. I think we'll just read maybe a quick couple ones now that we mentioned it for some of the good lines. So here we have one. We'll just yeah, I did good rehearsal last night, so we have a couple months until we really need to be off book for that. We have plenty of time, but let's just do a quick one here. What I believe I'll wail, what no believe, and what I can redress. As I shall find the time to friend, I will. What you have spoke, it may be so perchance. This tyrant, whose sole name blisters our tongues, was once thought honest. You have loved him well. He hath not touched you yet. I am young, but something you may deserve of him through me, and wisdom to offer up a weak, poor, innocent lamb to appease an angry God. We did a little research in Shakespeare. Are you familiar with Shakespeare's plays and such? Do you like them, Elsa? Always interested to hear other perspectives. I've helped with them before. Took a class for it. This is my first actual production for it, actual character. Malcolm and Macbeth, very exciting. One more year after this, but planning to get your master's degree too. So you're going to continue on college even even more. And what is your major there? What's your specific branch interest, your field, your industry? What is your chosen vocation? I guess many ways to word that. Great to see you, Miss
Hello,
Elsa.
Miss Elsa Inez, my Targaryen compatriot, all the way from Norway. Welcome back to the Roost. Great to see you.
We'll get the headphones in for Darkest Dungeon in a bit too. We have voice mod available anytime. Let's have a quick little mission that.
Elsa, good to see ya.
Maybe too much music and background effects for that. Quick little voice mod demonstration though. Voice mod always available. And yes, Miss Elsa here in the Roost. Fantastic to see you. Exclamation Bilbo, if you'd like to hear our newest command just added this morning. We added a new Rich Presence event for Alucard. Also hope to add yours here pretty soon as well. I know you can always make the morning streams for the most part when you're not too busy with the schoolwork and all. We are wishing you well for all of that. For right now, I want to celebrate a bit of Voltaire. When You're Evil, because of the instrumental version. Practiced this a few times earlier this week, but yeah, the instrumental version is just kind of a rip-off of the actual one. I think I'll just do the actual one. He blessed me to sing his original song, so I think we'll just stick with that. Let's do that one, and then let's confirm after that the instrumental version that we will probably not do. Great to see you, Miss Elsa. We have new dragon avatars for you, new commands, new great things overall. Hope you are doing well today. We'll figure out the rest as needed. For now, let's practice the song a bit and enjoy, and then get to Lovecraft tale we have for you today, which is The Outsider. So you can see in tale, this isn't too long of a Lovecraft tale we have for you today. It's just kind of a quick one. So it'll be good to go into Darkest Dungeon after that with Elsa as our shield breaker, leading the way. There's a Dragon Knight here active in the chat. Wonderful place to be. Wonderful to welcome you back. Hope you've been well. Recent adventures, Darkest Dungeon, Hogwarts, get to more Skyrim, GTA 5, Red Dead, whatever we have time for. So I find another paying job just for income. We will figure it out. I'll try to ask some other connections, other things, but we'll figure it out. Studying both psychology and logistics. So some of the statistics, information, psychology and logistics. Don't know what to continue studying afterwards. Some of your master's degree could be something involved with those, or something in between, or similar. Interesting for sure. Well, we wish you all the best, Elsa, all the way in Norway. As I was talking with the New Zealand friends last night, I said I want to go to visit them, and in Europe, Oceania, all these places. Do hope to visit you someday in Norway and get to see the world a bit. So we'll look forward to that, definitely whenever available. Here before next birthday, I was hoping to move to LA and such around October, but not quite having the income so far, so we'll see. Figure it out bit by bit there. For now, we just have the gas money donation. Let's get to the song for now, and just do quick couple versions of that. We will talk between them, see what you think, Elsa, and have other room for other stuff. So this is the original version, probably the one I'm actually going to be using for the performance. If we don't have a real sound system, I'll just use my Bluetooth speaker, so we shall see. So Voltaire, When You're Evil, blessing from him. That first email from him after 15 years of fandom. He has actually returned my email. So that is very nice. And he has said feel free to use it. So let's get it started here on stream. Let's prepare for the melodrama here. For a villainous return. This is very fitting for the villainous type of themes. The villain, a very no do-gooder, you know, the opposite of a do-gooder. So pretty melodramatic, pretty fun, and it fits this Frigadolio act between some of the scenes. Devil is too busy, and death's a bit too much. They call on me by name, you see, for my special touch. To the gentlemen, I'm misfortune. To the ladies, I'm surprise. But call on me by any name. Anyway, it's all the same. Working the pitch. It's a fly in your soup, I'm the pebble in your shoe, I'm the demon in your bed, I'm a bump on every head, I'm the peel on which you slip, I'm a pin in every hip, I'm the thorn in your side, makes you wiggle and writhe, and it's so easy when you're evil. This is the life you see, the devil tips his hat to me. I do it all because I'm evil, and I do it all for free. Your tears are all the pay I'll ever need. Yeah, let's have other movements throughout the audience and on the stage and kind of go along with it for each lyric. Been working on it. We'll see. While there's children to make sad, while there's candy to be had, while there's pockets left to pick, while there's grannies left to trip down the stairs, I'll be there, I'll be waiting round the corner. It's a game, I'm glad I'm in it, 'cause there's one born every minute. And it's so easy when you're evil. This is the life you see, the devil tips his hat to me. I do it all because I'm evil, and I do it all for free. Your tears are all the pay I'll ever need. I pledge my allegiance to all things dark, and I promise on my damned soul to do as I am told, for Beelzebub has never seen a soldier quite like me. Not only does his job, but does it happily. I'm the fear that keeps you awake, I'm the shadows on the wall, I'm the monsters they become, I'm the nightmare in your skull, I'm a dagger in your back, an extra turn upon the rack, I'm the quivering of your heart, a stabbing pain, a sudden start. And it's so easy when you're evil. This is the life you see, the devil tips his hat to me. I do it all because I'm evil, and I do it all for free, all the pay I'll ever need. And I do it all for free, your tears are all the pay I'll ever need. And I do it all for free, your tears are all the pay I'll ever need. It gets so lonely being evil. I do to see a smile, even for a little while. And no one loves you when you're evil. I'm lying through my teeth, your tears are all the company I need. Alright, we'll get the audio version of that one later. Take a quick look at the instrumental version, which was basically someone just tried to strip the voice out. But it didn't turn out super good, and it's a little bit harder to keep the timing and such. So, usually we'd want to do an instrumental for something like that. I think that one is totally fine, just use the original. So we'll get the audio version of that, and we'll have that ready for, well, today, but we'll do that after stream. Plenty of time. Alright, let's get to a little bit of the other version. That's the main premise of that. Very excited to have his blessing and to perform that first time. First discovered that from 15 years ago. Actual Flash game, I think it was for Adventure Quest, since he's big involved with that. Did a lot of the songs and stuff they have in that, but it was like a Flash game for you. You would just like run as one of the characters, like this black dog or something, and you would run through the skeletal landscape, and they would have that song. That's when I first discovered him. I was in middle school or something, all those years back, so definitely nice to discover that. Let's see just this little instrumental version, which is not quite as clean. You can tell it was just kind of made with software, trying to remove the voice. But just to confirm that we want to use the original one, we'll try this version one more time just to confirm that. So let's try. And then we'll be on to our Lovecraft tale momentarily. The voice mod things with headphones. We'll do voice mod with headphones and excited to get to your shield breaker, Elsa. In Darkest Dungeon. If you don't know what that is, you'll be seeing it after the reading. The reading's pretty short too, just like 10 minutes or so. Devil is too busy and that's a bit too much. They call on me by name, you see, for my special touch. To the gentlemen I'm misfortune, to the ladies I'm surprise. But call on me by any name, anyway it's all the same. I'm the fly in your soup, I'm the pebble in your shoe, I'm the demon in your bed, I'm a bump on every head, I'm the peel on which you slip, I'm the pin in every hip, I'm the thorn in your side, makes you wriggle and writhe, and it's so easy when you're evil. This is the life you see, the devil tips his hat to me, I do it all because I'm evil. And I do it all for free. Your tears are all the pay I'll ever need. Alright, Elsa. Well, there's candy to be sad, while there's candy to be had, while there's pockets left to pick, while there's grannies left to kick down the stairs, I'll be there. I'll be waiting round the corner, it's a game, I'm glad I'm in it, 'cause there's one born every minute. And it's so easy when you're evil. This is the life you see, the devil tips his hat to me. I do it all because I'm evil, and I do it all for free. Your tears are all the pay I'll ever need. Yeah, the other one has a bit more energy, I just feel like. I pledge my allegiance to all things dark, and I promise on my damned soul to do as I am told, for Beelzebub has never seen a soldier quite like me. Not only does his job, but does it happily. I'm the fear that keeps you awake, I'm the shadows on the wall, I'm the monsters they become, I'm the nightmare in your skull, I'm a dagger in your back, an extra turn upon the rack, I'm the quivering of your heart, a stabbing pain, a sudden start. And it's so easy when you're evil. This is the life you see, the devil tips his hat to me. I do it all because I'm evil, and I do it all for free. These are all the pay I'll ever need. Oh, really, Elsa? Gotcha. And I do it all for free. Tears are all the pay I'll ever need. And I do it all for free. Your tears are all the pay I'll ever need. Exclamation Bilbo in the chat also if you'd like to debut our newest command. Interesting, that's pretty fun. It gets so lonely being evil. What I'd do to see a smile, even for a little while. And no one loves you when you're evil. I'm lying through my teeth, your tears are all the pay I'll ever need. So you see, it's not quite as clean translation. Somebody just stripped the voice trying to make it there, but it doesn't translate perfectly well. So I think the original is the best bet. So that one works if you needed it, but I think it's fine just to sing with his original voice. It's his song after all, and he has given me the blessing. So, alright, we'll get some Lovecraft Tale for now. Elsa, let us enjoy The Outsider. It's a quicker one, so be a fun one for today. And yeah, if you'd like to debut the new command, I will be glad to help you get there. I can also debut it for you, Elsa, but it's easy to type it out. It's in the title, so if you'd like to debut that for us, just a new one here that I added today. There's Bilbo and Bilbo 2, soon added a Nightbot. I'm into just the About Me section as well today. I'll just add a couple things for that. We'll get to that for tonight, though. I added the commands for now, and we will add them to Nightbot here shortly as well. Champion 2. Let me just do that. It's easier to do it than talk about it for most of these, but I can just suggest About Me tonight. It's not a big deal. one more for the current about me, then just a slight adjustment for later. Alright, Champion 2. We will now add Bilbo and Bilbo 2. So that should be updated. You are free to type those anytime there. Dragon Knight Elsa. Always great to see ya. Let's enjoy our Lovecraft tale. Onto your shield breaker to lead the way. And Darkest Dungeon. Yes, Bilbo is in. Have for you today, shorter one, but to enjoy for Terra Tuesday, start of Wondrous Wednesday, The Outsider. H.P. Lovecraft here at the 20-minute mark. And we start with a quote. That night the Baron dreamt of many a woe, and all his warrior guests, with shade and form of witch and demon and large coffin worm, were long benightmared. That is from Keats. And here we go. Unhappy is he to whom the memories of childhood bring only fear and sadness. Wretched is he who looks back upon lone hours in vast and dismal chambers, with brown hangings and maddening rows of antique books, or upon odd watches in twilight groves of grotesque, gigantic, and vine-encumbered trees that silently have twisted branches far aloft. Such a lot the gods gave to me, the dazed, the disappointed, the barren, the broken. And yet I am strangely content, and cling desperately to those sear memories. When my mind momentarily threatens to reach beyond to the other. I know not where I was born, save that the castle was infinitely old and infinitely horrible, full of dark passages and having high ceilings where the eye could find only cobwebs and shadows. The stones in the crumbling corridors seemed always hideously damp, and there was an accursed smell everywhere, as of the piled-up corpses of dead generations. It was never light, so that I used sometimes to light candles and gaze steadily at them for relief. Nor was there any sun outdoors, since the terrible trees grew high above the topmost accessible tower. There was one black tower, which reached above the trees into the unknown outer sky, but that was partly ruined and could not be ascended, save by a well-nigh impossible climb up the sheer wall, stone by stone. I must have lived years in this place. Okay, we have actually read this one before. But it is my title of the stream today. I realize now, just suddenly dawned on me, we have read this one back for the original Lovecraft collection. I should have recognized it. I did not. We could finish it and do another one. We could change our mind altogether, and I could rename the stream title perhaps later, even though it's technically The Outsider now. I can change it to something else, though, and just change the VOD to that later as well. We kind of already know the, I already know the ending, the twist, what's coming. Basically, he sees himself in the mirror, and they don't recognize him when he goes into society. Alright. Have we read Polaris? Okay, this is another short one. Another one I don't actually remember right away. Let me change from The Outsider to Polaris. Yeah, it was previously The Outsider. This one will be Polaris. Quick adjustment. Sorry about that. It happens, though. They don't actually purple out, gray out the ones I've read before, and some of them are in the book, the actual physical book, so now the website will be the same. Let's try this one. It doesn't immediately grab me as someone that we have read before. I just took a little while to remember The Outsider, but now I remember. Don't think we've read Polaris, so let's take a look. That'll be fine. Frame jump continue to calm down a little bit. Hopefully we'll have what we need for Yeah, stream title been adjusted for Darkest Dungeon soon to come. Hope you're doing fine, Elsa. Great times. We'll figure it out. Let's try this again. Polaris. Into the north window of my chamber glows the pole star with uncanny light. All through the long, hellish hours of blackness it shines there. And in the autumn of the year, when the winds from the north curse and whine, and the red-leaved trees of the swamp mutter things to one another in the small hours of the morning under the horned, waning moon, I sit by this casement and watch that star. Down from the heights reels the glittering Cassiopeia as the hours wear on, while Charles Wayne lumbers up from behind the vapor-soaked swamp trees that sway in the night wind. Just before dawn, Arcturus winks ruddily from above the cemetery on the low hillock, and Coma Berenices shimmers weirdly afar off in the mysterious east. But still the pole star leers down from the same place in the black vault, winking hideously like an insane watching eye which strives to convey some strange message, yet recalls nothing save that it once had a message to convey. Sometimes, when it is cloudy, I can sleep. Well do I remember the night of the great aurora, when over the swamp played the shocking coruscations of the demon light. After the beams came clouds, and then I slept. And it was under a horned, waning moon that I saw the city for the first time. Still and somnolent did it lie, on a strange plateau in a hollow betwixt strange peaks, of ghastly marble where its walls and its towers, its columns, domes, and pavements, in the marble streets were marble pillars, the upper parts of which were carven into the images of grave-bearded men. The air was warm and stirred not, and overhead, scarce 10 degrees from the zenith, glowed that watching pole star. Long did I gaze on the city, but the day came not, when the red Aldebaran, which blinked low in the sky but never set, had crawled a quarter of the way around the horizon. I saw light and motion in the houses and the streets, forms strangely robed, but at once noble and familiar, walked abroad, and under the horned, waning moon, men talked wisdom in a tongue which I understood, though it was unlike any language I had ever known. And when the red Aldebaran had crawled more than halfway around the horizon, there were again darkness and silence. When I awaked, I was not as I had been. Upon my memory was graven the vision of the city, and within my soul had arisen another and vaguer recollection, of whose nature I was not that certain. Thereafter, on the cloudy nights when I could sleep, I saw the city often, sometimes under that horned, waning moon, and sometimes under the hot, yellow rays of a sun which did not set, but which wheeled low around the horizon. And on the clear nights the pole star leered as never before. Gradually I came to wonder what might be my place in that city on the strange plateau betwixt strange peaks, at first content to view the scene as an all-observant, uncorporeal presence. I now desired to define my relation to it, and to speak my mind amongst the grave men who conversed each day in the public squares. I said to myself, "This is no dream, For by what means can I prove the greater reality of that other life in the house of stone and brick south of the sinister swamp and the cemetery on the low hillock, where the pole star peers into my north window each night? One night, as I listened to the discourse in the large square containing many statues, I felt a change, and perceived that I had at last a bodily form. Nor was I a stranger in the streets of Olathoe, which lies on the plateau of Sarkis, betwixt the peaks Noton and Cataphonek. It was my friend Alos who spoke, and his speech was one that pleased my soul, for it was the speech of a true man and patriot. That night had the news come of Dacos' fall, and of the advance of the Inutos, squat, hellish, yellow fiends who 5 years ago had appeared out of the unknown west to ravage the confines of our kingdom, and finally to besiege our towns. Having taken the fortified places at the foot of the mountains, their way now lay open to the plateau, unless every citizen could resist with the strength of 10 men, for the squat creatures were mighty in the arts of war, and knew not the scruples of honor which held back our tall, gray-eyed men of Lomar from ruthless conquest. Alos, my friend, was commander of all the forces on the plateau, and in him lay the last hope of our country. On this occasion he spoke of the perils to be faced and exhorted the men of Elothe, bravest of the Lomarians, to sustain the traditions of their ancestors, who, when forced to move southward from Zobna before the advance of the great ice sheet, even as our descendants must someday flee from the land of Lomar, valiantly and victoriously swept aside the hairy, long-armed cannibal Gnopekes that stood in their way. To me, Alos denied a warrior's part, for I was feeble and given to strange faintings when subjected to stress and hardships. But my eyes were the keenest in the city. Despite the long hours I gave each day to the study of the Panacotic manuscripts and the wisdom of the Zobnarian fathers. So, my friend, desiring not to doom me to inaction, rewarded me with that duty which was second to nothing in importance. To the watchtower of Thapnin he sent me, there to serve as the eyes of our army. Should the Inutos attempt to gain the citadel by the narrow pass behind the peak of Noton, and thereby surprise the garrison, I was to give the signal of fire, which would warn the waiting soldiers and save the town from immediate disaster. Alone, I mounted the tower, for every man of stout body was needed in the passes below. My brain was sore dazed with excitement and fatigue, for I had not slept in many days, yet was my purpose firm, for I loved my native land of Lomar, and the marble city of Elothe, that lies betwixt the peaks of Noton and Cataphonek. Great to see you, Elsa. Okay. Lies betwixt the peaks of Noton and Cataphonek. But as I stood in the tower's topmost chamber, I beheld the horned waning moon, red and sinister, quivering through the vapors that hovered over the distant valley of Banoff, and through an opening in the roof glittered the pale pole star, stuttering as if alive. And leering like a fiend and tempter. Methought its spirit whispered evil counsel, soothing me to traitorous somnolence with a damnable rhythmical promise which it repeated over and over. Slumber, watcher, till the spheres 26,000 years have revolved, and I return to the spot where now I burn. Other stars anon shall rise to the axis of the skies, stars that soothe and stars that bless with a sweet forgetfulness. Only when my round is o'er shall the past disturb thy door. Vainly did I struggle with my drowsiness, seeking to connect these strange words with some lore of the skies which I had learnt from the Knacadic manuscripts. My head, heavy and reeling, drooped to my breast, and when next I looked up it was in a dream, with the pole star grinning at me through a window from over the horrible swaying trees of a dream swamp. And I am still dreaming. In my shame and despair, I sometimes scream frantically, begging the dream creatures around me to waken me ere the Inutus steal up the pass behind the peak Noton and take the citadel by surprise. But these creatures are demons, for they laugh at me and tell me I am not dreaming. They mock me whilst I sleep, and whilst the squat yellow foe may be creeping silently upon us, I have failed in my duty and betrayed the marble city of Alothoi. I have proven false to Alos, my friend and commander. But still these shadows of my dream deride me. They say there is no land of Lomar, save in the nocturnal imaginings, but in those realms where the pole star shines high and red, Aldebaran crawls low around the horizon. There has been naught save ice and snow for thousands of years, and never a man save squat yellow creatures, blighted by the cold, whom they call Esquimaux. And as I writhe in my guilty agony, frantic to save the city, whose peril every moment grows, and vainly striving to shake off this unnatural dream of a house of stone and brick south of a sinister swamp and a cemetery on a low hillock, the pole star, evil and monstrous, leers down from the black vault, winking hideously like an insane watching eye, which strives to convey some strange message, yet recalls nothing save that it once had a message to convey. Hope you enjoyed Polaris by Lovecraft. We'll go ahead and get a quick thumbnail for that. And then it is on to Darkest Dungeon. Promptly. Yeah, found some good ones for that. Some good cold blue stars, sort of things. We can make that nice quick one really quick. That will work. Just fine. So that was, Polaris. Good, small image, that's okay. Is it Polaris? Yes, indeed. Alright. Polaris. And a quick, yeah, hopefully that's big enough of an image. I did the miniature version, but, we'll try. Try and make this work. Should be big enough. A bit hard to make it move and adjust. Polaris. Alright, Darkest Dungeon awaits. Polaris. I think that's good. Good enough. Alright, let us get to Darkest Dungeon with Elsa the Shieldbreaker leading us on for great times with that. And we will figure out the rest in due course and time. Yeah, I'll get that here for tonight. Adjust the About Me section slightly. Continue on with Hogwarts and such for sure tonight. For now, Darkest Dungeon plan is to, get a good few things to the lower adventure levels. Grind a lot of that. And if we want, get Elsa straight to the actual estate again, but we'll balance it out. The bosses, the lower levels, mostly about getting the rest of them to legend, including the Shieldbreaker. And of course, naming for Dragon Knights any of the chat who would like to be a warrior. Any new chatters, also, we'll find a good warrior for you. So, looking good for now. Polaris and Bilbo onto Darkest Dungeon. We return after a couple days. Yeah, we did not get to it yesterday, so Monday. Let us return then and have a good time of it. We are ready, and we begin. Wondrous Wednesday, we're looking good enough. Quick little, check here. Voice mod, we've got lovely Elsa joining us. Great to see you, representing, of course, the female gender in the Dragon's Roost, because we always have that woman empowerment and equality for many aspects, things here, and of course Targaryen themes. A lot of the great feminine energy for that, so thank you for joining us, Elsa. We have your Shieldbreaker also ready to enter the fray. Let's do a quick voice mod test, hopefully one we haven't done before. There's only so many, but I'll try to get a good variety here just to display some. Voice mod available anytime.
As we commentate and read for the characters.
Addition to the good ratings. Good stuff, and here we go.
Good time dial for that little hourglass. Interesting. Back to the Hamlet with Macbeth. We read little ones here.
In time, you will know
so
the
next one will have to be
extent
ruins.
of my failings.
That's right. It says that the lace of the ruins is looking good. So, Elsa, here you are, already a legend. Yeah, you're part of the legend team. I thought so. We can get you straight to the estate with that team. Plucking it, I think I'll just throw on with another boss of other champions, such as Grimm and such. We don't have too many champions because we just had other ones added for, the mercenaries are kind of their own thing, but you can give them still relics. Alucard with that other crystalline, first crystalline relic here. But Elsa looking good with her, mostly poisonous snake stuff. We got the other highwaymen and the other dragon knights ready to go. Thank you to Alucard, Grimm, and Marsh for joining me yesterday for a little short stream. Also, great to see Elsa as our first chatter here from Norway, my personal friend from Instagram and such. Look forward to chat with more of you soon. Anyone there in Lurkland, Well, I'll at least have that lurk emote for you, hopefully. Soon on the start of April. Maybe after April Fools, we'll have that ready. Not exactly much money to work with now to commission such emotes and all, but I will still try to get a good deal on various artists I have connections with. Then we shall introduce other artists and such too, other things. Did have that new shield breaker charm, that's actually a pretty good one. Could put that on, yeah, legendary, else it is very rare, so we'll add a bit of tankingness to her. Less speed, but we got speed, you know. So the Sun Ring is good, always have that. Blight skill chance is fine too, this will add a lot of health. Sun Ring is just a regular rare item for anyone. But for the shield breaker to use the Kuroboili little armor pierce here and give the Sun Ring to really anyone else. I'm gonna just give it to one of them for now, I guess. Leper amulet for them. We got this chance party surprise and the. I think you need that as so much in the crystalline endless mode. Yeah, the leper will be in front. Just give pretty much basic things to these. Balance out dodge and blight resist, I guess. That just kind of balances each other out. Healing skills, could give that one. See what skills this flagellant has, though, that depends on that. Alright, he doesn't have the stress one. Does have a reclaim, which is just a healing. Well, guess healing skills for the self-heal works too, so. Alright, I'll give him the head. I'm not going to use these anytime soon, but just to move some of these around for the Shrieker, it says if you defeat the Shrieker, you'll reclaim a lot of these charms. But yeah, we could lead the way with Elsa straight to the estates. Maybe a better time to save that for a little warm-up, though, after other adventures and grinding. It said I need to go to the ruins anyway, so we might as well start with the ruins and get to the actual darkest dungeon when we are ready. So the ruins I have, yeah, basic one here. It's long, and that will give more resolve XP and damage. Make sure I have the portrait ready as well. I could do a short one or a boss one, but the long one I think would actually give the most XP for what the length of it is. He will not do it because he considers himself too high, but too strong for that. But I want to make sure I have that portrait, that resolve XP bonus. I believe we just got that done on Trelly. Who is holding it? I think a man-at-arms is holding it. I gave that to... So yeah, Dab has the hero's ring. What about the other man-at-arms? Somebody has it. I'm gonna find it. So what are you jesters here? No? Alright, well I can always go bit by bit. Some of the ancestral ones on the those bottom ones. Just looking for the portrait now because it does give all that bonus resolve XP, very helpful. Yeah, the new Dragon Slayer there. Oh yeah, Marsh has it right now. Since I can't use him anyway at the moment, let's put it maybe on Marsh. And yeah, the rest of these guys are actually looking pretty good ready. We just don't have a really good support, unless you count that, but yeah, that's fine. Alright, so that's actually a pretty good team. We got, yeah, Corcoran, Silverback, Moog, and Marsh. Standard Highwayman for now. We could get to that, I suppose. Have a good time looking forward. Maybe some Chivalry 2 tomorrow night. Balance all these other games in progress. I want to get a Witcher 3 also, but for Medieval Fantasy Thursday. But here, Action Adventure Wednesday. Look forward to Hogwarts tonight. Good Darkest Dungeon for the next few hours. Because I need to keep making progress and keep getting these characters to the right level. So I could bring the Shield Breaker now, but I think this is pretty good balance of positioning. The team itself, yeah, Leper is really good in the front with a Leper mask, and well, actually it doesn't matter if he's in the front, but it's still his best position with Purge. And that's decent support with the word reconstruction. He has some who has diseases? No, but okay, only him with diseases. These are actually not too bad of diseases, so I'll Stick with those for now. Marsh will be ready for that level 5 gear. Moog has level 4. Skills are level 2 and 3, 4, 4, 4. Okay, pretty good then. Charms are all ready. Trinkets, whatever you call them. Yeah, I want to do the long one because, yeah, we'll get this bonus XP anyway. And from that, so we get plus 33 resolve XP. Mars should probably be legend after this. He has plus 50 and plus 33 for plus 83. Because it's long, you get more, even though it's a easier, yeah, combat. It's still a good one to warm up with. We could do a boss or such, but I don't want to risk really these veterans on the boss. And I'm just trying to get them to legend for the first time legends anyway. We got the first legendary Shieldbreaker, Houndmaster, Flagellant, Vestal, Antiquarian, Plague Doctor, Jester. Who else was in that original team that mostly died? The Houndmaster, the Flagellant, the Vestal, and was it Crusader? Yeah, Crusader is also legend. I think, yeah, Favelot died in that, Darkest Dungeon. We have the new Favelot there. The third Favelot, better luck this time. Marsh with the blue name, Moog with the virtue name, Silverback with the silver name. Let's go ahead and get started for this moon ring. Just another one to sell because I like the torch high. With the Cartographer's Camp, I'm hoping soon to get that blueprint for the third building. I think you need to defeat the bosses or something for that. It just seems to give it to you sometimes. It's only the Aegis scale here for long. This will be ruins. I think mostly bandits or something. Not as long. Nobody really hates ruins. Yeah, not too bad. I don't remember. It's like kind of all types of enemies for anywhere, so making some extra stress and stuff, but we'll be fine. Let's just come prepared for whatever it is. Plenty of stuff. Yeah, max food has always been good even with a support character. I am learning that. A couple latinum because I have them the money to play with. Plenty of torches. Save the Aegis scale and some keys to spare. Oh yeah, herbs. Alright, a few extra things, but because of the inventory mod, I'm actually able to bring stuff. I wouldn't even be able to bring this much without the inventory mod, but we do have 2 firewood, so we'll balance it out. Let's get started for now. Hope you enjoyed the songs, the readings, and good chat with Elsa from Norway so far. Everything else looking pretty good for a Wondrous Wednesday. Just a little sad vibes to get the day started because we'll need other income, but such is society these days. Look for a better society maybe in 100 years. For now, this is the life we are living. Has its pros, has its cons. Let's begin for now. I'll figure it out, do what I gotta do. You know, true actor never quits, but we still need to do other things to support ourselves and survive, because can't really move to LA without any money, can't even stay here without money, so let's see what we can do.
Pace out the
In the
halls
ruins
of your
for now.
lineage once familiar. Now,
I'll come later. For now we have Leopard to lead the way. Curio. 90% of rooms. Yeah, it's a nice long dungeon, but it won't take too long. We've got that Resolve XP boost. We got a shovel for this. Yeah, be fine. Also, the key works, but there's no obstacles right off the bat, at least. I don't know. Probably better to save the key for actual chests and things. Either way,
glittering gold,
similar
trinkets and
rewards, I
baubles,
think, for either one.
paid for in blood.
Just depends. Yeah, the occultist might be good to loot certain things. I don't know if it makes too much difference. The highwayman also, though. I'll just have a leper take care of business. Yeah, we should be well equipped for everything unless I get overzealous for a shambler or the collector or something comes. 90% of rooms, so we don't have to go necessarily all the way, but enough of the way. Let's just go to this one for now. Rooms being the actual, yeah, square rooms. We'll see about the Duchess and other characters. The Kraken Hunter look cool, but I think, yeah, the Dragon Slayer good for the only workshop mod until I actually beat the base game, then we can... It takes a long time. I mean, this is literally like almost 70 hours. You know, halfway 50 achievements out of 120 achievements. There's a lot of achievements. I think there's a lot for the farm and the... Probably also for the... what's it called? Crimson Cord, which we'll be adding after the base game too, so... We shall see. Fine for now, though. Want to expand the avatars, so we figure out the prime sum number for the actual size of them. We'll see. All in due balance, of course. For now, let's focus on the task at hand. No need to voice these characters. I've already enough of their voices, so don't think about it though. Do I have anything against Mark? Yeah, I do. Okay, let's mark him. He's more dangerous. Stress for now, I suppose. Early ones. Ah, speaking in tongues for that, yeah. Good.
Decimated.
That is good, yeah. Teamwork, good coordination there.
Their formation is
We're
broken.
pretty well equipped for this level of
Maintain the
enemy, so
offensive.
good dodge on that though. Bad for the leopard. Now he could clear the bodies. He does have that ability after all, so Purge will clear all corpses. Leopard's good for corpse removal as well. Open vein. Her uncorking. Corking with the cork. What's the highest damage on the occultist? It's probably that, yeah. Weakening curse. Hands from the Abyss would have a less damage. It's his damage mod negative, so I feel like, yeah, it just doesn't. His base damage don't matter too much. Plus 15% town. You mean, yeah, the event from town. Okay. The situation, basically. No need for healing. We didn't even take a hit, so good dodge on that. She'll bleed out in a second here, in case, yeah.
Gently.
-9
This
decibels.
is
I'm
how
hoping it's a
life
decent
is
audio
taken.
balance. If anyone has any suggestion for audio, please let me know. It just depends on the game sometimes, but I try to keep it a good balance for both. Here we have the suit of armor for no interactions. I haven't tried herbs though, so let's try herbs, I guess. I like to try everything except, you know, like the really unique things. I even tried latinum on it before, that's funny. Great insight into this world. Ruins Adventure replacing Cove Adventure. Well, it's more fitting for the task at hand, so he will get some less stress. Okay. Adventure for less stress, damage for others, and scouting for other ones too. Traps just kind of depends also, but...
The light. The promise of safety.
Pretty good. This dungeon not terrible. 3 food. That's because one of them does not require food. So that's nice. Yeah, one of those. Doesn't matter too much who has it, but maybe one of them we can heal with the food without eating it then. I don't know if that would actually work. I think I've tried that in the past. Alright, we'll do the hallway battle for now. We could have skirted around and go to the curio, but there's really no reason not to do it. It says it's so early and we have full health. I guess you might as well, yeah. I mean, we have plenty of... There's just spiders in it. We have plenty of skills, plenty of good stats, and good charms, so I think we'll be fine. 75% on that. Oh well. Glove will take care of business. And a good chop for the spitter.
Another abomination, cleansed from our lands.
Blood in the mud, says the leopard.
Foolish horrors, brought low and driven into the mud.
2 mud references, alright. Get the mud. What are you stressing out for? What? What is it? I guess he does have a little stress, but... Oh yeah, less food consumed, max HP, less healing. So I wonder if I can use food to heal him without him eating it. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't know. At least for the hunger checks in the camp, it'll come in handy. It's a good charm. Trinkets. I always call them charms. Alright, mark mark the, Arbalest. Annoying. Good Q on that. Very powerful. Almost got him. Finish him off, I guess. Or we could mark self, but... Good extra XP and Elsa? Yeah, not any of these. Not really.
Press this
Shield Breaker will have extra on
no
the estate itself. Could do that next, I guess, but do want to get some other legends to work with. I don't know. I also want to do just the regular bosses, so maybe it's a little early for the roster to do another Darkest Dungeon. We'll see.
The way is lit.
Again.
The path is clear. We require only the strength to follow it.
We can't reach any of them at the moment, so let us purge yet again. Enemy party. The enemy party. Oh boy. Well, I did get the protection boost. I only did 2 damage. I want to kill the one that's marked, but those are tempting too. No bleed on the skeleton. That makes sense. They have 170% bleed resistance. 200% bleed resistance. That's intense.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Curses them. That'll work. Oh boy. Good enough. Let's get that good chomp. Good
Continue
smack.
the onslaught. Destroy them all.
And I guess another sarcophagus. No interactions needed. Alright, just a little loot. Could go to the left, but we could just circle around. Think I might go left and then up. Might be a waste of time, but let's try. Waste of direction. We'll figure that out too. Whole lot of this. What are you doing to liberate? Occasional stream test, make sure we're fine. Show Firebot, it just happened to be there, so it's whatever. Get a mark on. Well, those are dangerous, but it's just stress. They can handle it. It's not as stressful as the Darkest. Oh, there's the Ladna. Why not? I marked him. Could just chop him, I guess. Either way, it's pretty good. That'll take care of him, though. For sure. Pour some wine on Corkin. He likes the corks. I can't shoot him, though. This doesn't give any advantage to marked ones. Just shoot him, I guess. Should have marked the one on the front after all, yeah. It's weird, like, these abilities are in different positions sometimes. I guess that's in the second position because then I have these ones at the end, but just a little bit weird to get used to, but yeah, get used to it, I guess.
Impressive.
I don't know if the mark helped for that, probably not, but it certainly worked out fine. Wine for the cork. Get a little bit stressed. Almost finish him, but not quite. Still got 1 HP. Finish him off.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
Can't reach him, so yeah, I'll have to be yet another purge. Well, purge coming in handy at least. Just don't have too many that can hit the back line, I guess. Yeah, it's good to be balanced on position and range, but still kept him alive longer than we needed to. 80%, 85%. Let's finish him off. Just for the courtier. Yeah, the bodies are definitely something today. One more for him. That's okay. Could heal, I guess. Why not? That'll work. Good to resist the bleed, too.
Another one.
And we come out of it, no worse for wear, unscathed.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
Try the food in a bit, but try the feeding, the healing, but it's okay. We'll get that bilbo soon enough. As for now, I just wanted to do this extra curio and actually move back. That counted as the room to explore though, so that's good. Iron Maiden with the herbs to cleanse the maiden. Alright. Can search the contents. Oh boy. Yeah, it's the type of game you appreciate more when you give it a little rest sometimes. You can't really do it all in one go unless you really enjoy it initially. I mean, for me, it was just too stressful to keep up. I don't know. It's one of those games you would prefer an active chat for sure. Just the style of it, and then, of course, naming the characters after chatters too, but we'll survive. We'll get it done. There's some good progress to me, and I do like all the workshop content. We can even add our own workshop guide concept or something. I mean, you could do a concept. That's what I usually do instead of actually making it. Flashlight mod and the Dragon Palace are the exception, actually making something instead of just suggesting it. But it depends. Some games, like higher end ones, those are really high. I can't imagine like all the work they put into the art, the sound effects, the abilities, the coding and all that. I guess they give you some tools for that, but it seems like, yeah, quite the elaborate go. Like you base some off of already pre-made characters. But speaking of dangerous things, that is the Shambler. I'm gonna go ahead and touch it, I guess, because I have actually no desire to get ourselves screwed. Even though it's adventure, even though it's low, we can probably handle it. Last time, it was not a good idea to do that on a champion level. We could probably do it because it's only adventure, but I just don't want to this time, so let's just touch it. Last time it was too much, so I'll just touch it to disable it. Remove the temptation from our grasp. Oh boy. Get that stress, yeah, shadowy. Can definitely turn up the lights in here. Heal him down, leper. Blood in the mud. He goes for the big dog yet again. I want to make Elsa's avatar bigger. I don't think you can actually do that here in avatars after the fact. You have to do that in the actual avatar. Relation. Oh, yeah, 993 currency. That's a lot. How'd you get so much currency? I can just give people currency. Interesting, though. Gifts and things. Yeah, so I'm going to make it bigger just here, but you actually have to make that in the avatar list. So for that, you have to disconnect the current avatars, unfortunately. Let's just have a moment of glory, maybe pin us up here. I do appreciate her stopping by today, so that actually looks really ridiculous, the actual pin, and then you could make it invisible if you could change the name, other stuff. It looks a little bit too ridiculous, I think, to actually have the pin in there like that, so thank you Elsa coming by, being our first chatter of the day, though. You have validated the stream and made it all worthwhile. At least one chatter per stream, it is worth it for doing it, so good to have you. Wishing you well for your studies, your work, and you continue on to your
this momentum.
master's degree.
Push on to the task's end.
That's quite the hefty education. I was glad just to finish college, so now I'll have to make use of it. As much as I like to be a streamer with a degree, it will not allow me to remain housed, so we'll see. Here for the skeletons. Good skeletons here. See what we can do. That burn butcher burn for tonight, perhaps a streamiversary specialist.
A brilliant confluence of skill and purpose. Good
one, leper. Fog before sunrise. Whatever you say. He is interesting. There you go, nice one. Alright, not much to do at the moment, so why not do that?
In Radiance, may we find
28
victory.
protection, yeah, should make him pretty dang tanky. Protection points, 28%. What is it by default then? 0? That's weird. Alright, let's see. Another purge, it'll have to be. We could do revenge, but there's really no point at this point. From what I can tell. Knife in the dark for Moog and a dodge. Must have decent dodge then. He actually has less because of the trinket. Huh. Well, if it works, it works. Protection is 0. Base.
Triumphant pride precipitates.
This
a
is
dizzying
healing,
fall.
so come back to that. I suppose I could do that 4 HP for him now, but why not save it for when we need? I do have 2 firewoods, though. Maybe not worth it. It's probably not worth the holy water, though. Let's see what happens from the base, because, yeah, I literally have only 4 missing, so...
Wealth beyond measure. Awarded to the brave
Holy water
and the
heals you.
foolhardy alike.
Bottom of the fountain from a regular loot is stones. That worked. Interesting. Now we decide which direction. We could go down here, come back up, I guess. We could go around that way. Well, actually, that would be up this way. This seems a little more straightforward. Just go down here. Doesn't really matter which way, so we'll figure it out. Got the blue team again. Let me change the leper. I mean, how much he can be the leaders. Different color. But we got a blue leper. Not really. Closest we've got is white, brown. Well, he wants to be a good dragon knight, so I guess we'll keep the standard. He's got the leper mask. He's got the ancestor's portrait. He's the most experienced leper we have in the roster so far. He'll be the first legendary leper. All things move forward smoothly. Last of the extra food. We need some for camping. But it's a long dungeon.
Finding the stuff is only the first test.
And the wielder, the one
Now
you
it
get a
must
lot
be
more
carried home.
extra food from those carcasses and such. Sometimes I have too much food. Most of the time we could always use more. My experience, well, that came out of nowhere. Oh well. It's the ambush traps. You can't scout every trap unless you have like perfect scouting. Like ultimate scouting, but even with this, yeah, I should have a decent amount. Well, we'll see some things ahead. Take it room to room after all. We can come back that way, I guess. Wow, a lot of hunger checks. We eat less food though because of his charm, so that is somewhat helpful. Silverback gorilla. Definitely interesting. Pretty good times. Polaris was an interesting, short kind of story. It was one of the more kind of vague, obscure ones, but it was okay. Ow! Don't be talking crap now. That didn't help. Anyway. 2 shamblers in 1. Marvel Strike Force alarm. Let me just finish out the war battles. I didn't use too many of my top tier teams because we had shield officers, so looking forward to stream for that. All the Marvel avatars. Another shambler. Maybe we should fight this one. I do have a lot of firewood. If it killed me like the other champion level, that would not be good, but this is adventure, I believe, long dungeon. We should be able to handle it. I might be regretting this. We do get some decent loot from it. Let's see if I regret this or not. I guess we're gonna do it this time. It's the second one of the dungeon, so 1 is better than none, perhaps. Let's see.
Behold
Similar
the
to the
infinite malignity
writhing
of the
mass
stars.
in the darkest dungeon. Get that revenge on. That lasts for a battle, right? Yeah. Okay. point blank shot, actually. That'll work. Move forward, move up. Oh yeah, hands from the abyss.
A powerful blow.
Don't matter if we're torch here anyway. Alright. Should be able to handle him because he's not the top level shambler, but these guys are still difficult. It's just the sycophants instead of the higher upgrade, which they're called something else. I forgot already. Oh shit, a lot of bandages. I should do some holy water for each of them, but let me bandage them up first. They'll be fine. Alright, try to move out. We keep going back and forth here. That does not work, but I'll move one of them back eventually. Let me just mark him for now.
Well struck.
Oh boy. Save some holy water, but yeah, get that shot in. Get that shot in there. Alright, we keep going back and forth. Let me... Shit, I don't know what to do. This is really bad. When you kill him in one space, you just keep going back and forth like that. I need to stop attacking with him. He doesn't, reshuffle you as much as the Darkest Dungeon one does constantly. For this one, he only does that sometimes. Ouch. Alright. This is not working. Alright, time to move back. There you go. Oh, that's pretty silly. Guard, might as well. Oh, took him out at least. That was good. They're low level they're gonna get, so look for something. Should bandage him, but we can camp soon. Not another one! Damn it. You're irritating, aren't you, with your moving abilities and your minions. There's gotta be strategy to that, I just haven't figured it out. Vigorous for Kirkoran.
Adversity
Definitely
can foster
need.
hope and
I
resilience.
can handle this. That was a good one. Alright, we'll move forward. Get the stun on him would not hurt.
A singular strike.
The other markings, trying to load my Marvel Strike Force in the background. Decent frame drop. Disaster always strikes when things are going so well. Self heal is good. Should have some extra damage on that mark. Take your bandages if you need them. Eventually get where we need to be. Withdrawal. Oh. Another one. And blight. Nice to get that virtue though. I hope it's worth it. Let's see what happens. Some nasty guys. Strike Force not loading. Yeah, take the anti-venom. Got plenty of that. Probably heal. I have the chance. Heal one of the tanks. Got the bleed in, but so it goes. Got extra buffs. Protection included, but still the best thing I can do.
A devastating blow.
Good crit on that one. Yeah, take your bandages and move forward where I can to move him back again. As he keeps moving us. Yep, keeps moving us. The tank's in the back, the range in the front. Very nasty. He's gonna have his resolve.
Masterfully executed.
Let's get rid of that. Good buff. All I can do is move him forward. Well, I didn't really mean to do that, but okay. I always misclick like that pretty often. Just have to take my time. There's no actual rush and turn-based, you know. Yeah, the Shambler not even worth it in adventure mode, it seems. Even the lowest dungeon. He is still just a pain. Guess not. Let's see what the rewards are. At least some trapezohedrons. But you can get that from secret rooms, so you don't really need to fight them. Alright, so we're back. We'll be paranoid.
The walls close in. The shadows whisper of conspiracy.
Fortunate. Just smack them down. Well done to the leper. At least there's less in our way. Your heart will not burst. Calm down. We stun him again.
Precision and power.
No stun on this Chandler. Can't really do much except that, so that's annoying. I can't pass the turn. Oh, come on. You just have to expect that. The Darkest Dungeon will make the obstruction the little obstacle. Shambler will keep making the sycophants, or the higher level sycophants. Just minions, basically, but pretty annoying. You seek to kill me and set it free. No. Is he gonna skip his turn? No, thankfully not. He's probably gonna move me right away, but at least I'll try. Get in proper position here. Freaking bastard, man. Oh, I need this. These guys are pretty bad shape right now, so at least he'll do his job as a tank. Load. And move us right away. No, light. Light us right away. Not great either. Let's finish him off. Come on. You got him, Corkin. You got him in your sights. There it
The
is.
space between worlds is no place for mortal men.
White Marble Strike first one load on my data. Oh. Have a weird Pandora. Okay. We need some healing, yeah. Let's get that anti-venom. He's the closest to death's door. I probably want to camp after this. Revenge is just, yeah, dodge and damage taken, but damage, accuracy, and critical boosted. So it's worth it.
A momentary abatement.
He has less healing, doesn't he? Probably should have done that. Oh boy. Finish
Injury
off
and
the sycophants.
despondence
Oh, Marsh.
set the stage for
Focus.
heroism.
Sadly, this
Or
doesn't last as long
cowardice.
as the affliction, but it's nice when you can get multiple. Alright, heal him down there, Marsh.
The ground quakes.
Focused and vigorous with one paranoid. That was definitely not worth
This
those
expedition
rewards.
at least promises success.
Holy crap, that was not worth it. Let me at least camp, though. Oh, we do have enemies. No one has above 75 torch, do they? Yeah, we do. Plus 10 damage of above 75 torch. You'll see at the moment now it is 9 to 16. One more,
Match is
10 to
struck.
18.
A blazing star is
Not
born.
much, but you know. Plus 10% is something. Alright, let's heal Marsh right away. Wait, he also gets less healing, doesn't he? Oh, this is rough. Alright, we'll clear these out, then we can camp. I probably should have retreated instead of gone forward. Hopefully we will not die here. Shambler is not worth it, I have learned that. He is never worth it now. Collector is more annoying, but at least we have 2 virtues to get us through to the camp. Make use of them, guys. We need them. We need all the help we can get now. Even on an adventurer level. I mean, these guys are regular enemies. The Shambler is regular enemy adventurer level stacking to the dungeon. But he was so bad on champion, he is bad on adventure. He's never worth fighting. It's not worth it. We've given him the temptation enough. Never again.
Annihilated.
The Collector is even worse, but you can't actually control when you fight him. You can control if you fight the Shambler now. It is not worth it. We killed him for the initial achievements, whatever. Never again. 78% on that. Oh boy. Yeah, this is one camp, definitely. Long time coming. Don't worry about it. Fine. There you go. Clear them the heck out. Let us camp.
Success so clearly in view.
First thing I need
Or
is
it
that
merely
food.
a trick of the light?
Bit of food there. Now I want to test if he can eat or not. Let's test. Okay, so he does actually eat. It's just the food consumed is when it's the mandatory food. For negative 100% food consumed, he can still eat the food and actually it counts thus. Now we know that. First thing, I do need the nighttime vigil, so we'll do banded sense, nighttime ambush. Could probably use some de-stress at this point. The ones with the virtue, not as much. He is already afflicted. We don't want him to get a heart attack. Self only, negative 20. Well, it does give some good battle boost, so why not? Alright. One companion remove mortality buffs. That's just one more point there. All companions, less stress. There you go. Zealous speech. And is that all my ability points already? Oh well. Yeah, I didn't cure his anti-venom. He can probably tank it though. Alright, not looking great, but we've definitely been in worse situations. At least we won't be ambushed, so that'll do it for there. My goodness. Thanks again, Elsa, starting off our chat for today. Great to see you. Hope you're doing well. This is intense. Polaris. Even the adventure standard level gives you plenty of challenges to overcome. Shambler is just not worth it. That's so much more peril to the dungeon. Not sure why I'm not loading here. Let me retry. I actually set the alarm an hour early on daylight savings time, so I have plenty of time to get into the rest of my war battles for Targaryen Alliance. Alright, we'll see if that virtue lasts a little bit longer. I know the affliction will last until you cure it, but the virtue is temporary.
As the light gains purchase, spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
Yeah, less healing for them too. He can get better healing because of the others. I could take it off to get healing, but I only count it in combat, so I guess I should take these off when they actually need the healing. And then put it back on with the max HP. How's the max HP work though? Maybe because it's a max HP, well this one is just crit and speed. He actually had less virtue chance with that on, and he still got it. That's impressive. I don't know what the virtue chance is. You can't actually see that, I guess. I thought you could see that somewhere. I don't know. Somewhere for stress or something. Oh yeah, resolve. I don't know. But yeah, he actually had less chance, and he still got it. That's impressive. The Berserk Mask. Still got a virtue. Like I had time to anticipate it. That it was gonna happen, so that was well done. Just a little poison. We'll get through this. We have some good buffs. Make use of all that. Carry through arrow keys, WASD, take your pick. Either way, navigates for the party. And we have a good time of it. There's my Marvelous Strike Force. Hold up. Quick text, give me a moment. Coordinating rehearsals and things. April and May. Trying to coordinate text and things. Oh, stressful Darkest Dungeon. Not a good stress relief game, that's for sure. Trying to keep these characters alive. Shambler is not worth it. 90% of rooms, though. I can just go around that battle if we wanted to. Give me a chance to heal, though, maybe. If they're easy enemies. They might just be regular skeletons. Cultists. Well, at least we surprise them. Catch them off guard. That
Destroyed.
really got him right away. Alright, just the brawler to deal with. Maybe I can heal now. Take out the charm in combat. Does it let you do that? Let me see. Can I take off his charm without it being his turn? No. You can't do it on his turn, but the one on whose turn it is, you can, so... No, you can't in combat. Never mind. Only outside of combat. They don't make it that convenient. Unless you get a mod or something. Lets you interact more freely, but yeah, they thought of that on purpose. It would be a little unfair after all. Well, we have the chance to at least do some healing, though we get less healing. At least it's something. Not much. So it goes. Them old gods and
These
new
nightmarish
gods.
creatures can be felled.
Crazy
they can
cultists.
be beaten.
In any case. They're a little bit crazy. Nice to have double virtue. We need a break in the chapel, yeah. We are set for the final weekends, I see. Okay. Confirming dates and things. A lot of organization there. Rehearsal schedule. Yeah, we've got time for both. Just a matter of organization for some of that. Don't get a heart attack now, cultist. Oh, this will help. This should help. Yeah, there you go. A nice chance there. Moving on back. Moving right along up that way, I guess. We'll clear this out fine now that the fucking Shambler is dead. If you do a boss and a Shambler in one dungeon, you're basically just asking to die. And if you get the Collector, you're just kind of unlucky, but... The thing from the stars was also
Even
another
the
random
cold
spawn, so
stone
that can happen
seems
anywhere.
bent on preventing passage.
Ruins and skeletons, rocks and skeletons. I know how they feel. Alright. Highwayman. For another shovel, I guess. I have so many keys, though. I don't need 6 keys. Yeah, that'll be fine. There hasn't been many chests. I have one more obstacle there. Blocking Curio. That's kind of inconvenient curio block, but yeah, I'll find a way. The other pathway. It's got the charm for it, so this highwayman would be fine too.
A fortune, waiting to be spent.
Here's a room battle with treasure. Let's get it. The defender will be pretty much the toughest of these, so let's mark. We can't mark him in the front though. I keep forgetting that. Mark her, I guess. I mean, you can't shoot him in the front because his position of the pistol is the back 3, so that works. Oh, yeah, we got her.
Obliterated.
Gorgeous on that. The backlash of the shield just totally annihilated the the brawler, so well done. And Moog finishes them off. Could use extra time for healing, but I should just take off the freaking charms at this point. Now I don't need it because it's an easy dungeon. Otherwise I would do that, get the extra healing without the benefit of the charm. That would definitely be a good strategy just to heal if we needed to, but we'll survive on standard amounts. 4 healed and none taken. Thankfully. Here are the bodies for you. And chop them up, Mr. Leper. Oh yeah.
A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
This one already unlocked, so a lot of keys. Should have known better. What happened? He resisted? Okay. Not a big deal then. Good stuff. Another set. Let's see what we got. Clear these bastards out. These bony bastards. Don't you get tired of the living death, undeath? Paranoid gorilla here. Clear them good. Holy light. He does some damage versus unholy. No, fear versus unholy. That's the ironic thing. Fear versus unholy, but he does such a good job killing them despite that. It's just an ironic one to have on the Crusader, I feel like. I don't think it makes too much inherent difference. Just a little tank on the bayonet, no problem. Illusion of the mind, huh? Stress out the party. It's okay. Your warrior soul blooms a wild flower after a fire. Very poetic there, leopard. He's a good leper after
As
all.
victories mount, so too will resistance.
The agile whistle. Forward, yes, Kirkorn. Well inspired, yeah, we did actually get out of position there. Somehow. Uh-oh. Got a disease from a book. Well, that's very silly. I'll be curing that in town. I guess I should let the occultist read it, but, you know. I really think of each little interaction like that. We'll check this one out, just to be sure. We could camp at this point. We still have the one more battle boost, though. For, yeah, all their boosts, so... Why not just, not reset that? I don't know if that resets it in the camp to add, or it stacks, or what. I'd rather just, you know, move forward, straight forward, and we were pretty good. For the adventure one, if it was champion, we might be in trouble. But we're not. Let's see. Yeah, the champion boss levels have some tough enemies. These are pretty much the lowest enemies you'll get in this area. They still pack a punch. I'll do the extra battle, I guess. I was gonna avoid that, go to the Curio, but then I have to go all the way back there. It doesn't exactly do me any favors to avoid it, and they're just maggots and spiders. We'll take care of them. Could heal while I have the chance. Yeah, he doesn't get much, but it's something. I would take it off if they needed it more. For now, I just feel like it's justified. Keep the charm and get the less healing. But you see the effects of that, you know? There you go. Here we go. Get that extra damage boost from the torch. Tiger's Camp just gives more benefits. One more shovel, yeah, might as well. I don't feel like going all the way around, even though I could for free, but it's not worth it at this point. Fair. We'll back it up and head up there, and then probably go to that last Curio. Well, we've got actually 100% of rooms at that point, but it's okay. We might get some scouting to make the decision easy. Do we run out of torches? Holy shit. That's rare. It is a long dungeon, though. We actually ran out of torches, though. I've been using them pretty liberally, pretty generously, freely. So that's not too surprising. It's nice to actually run out of them naturally, though. I did bring a lot of torches, not as many as I could have, mind you, but oh well, we'll get those extra loot. It's okay. Victory is imminent. Here we go. Shocking soundtrack, isn't it? Almost confident. Close enough, huh? We had full health, did he? Just about. Oh, 85% on that dodge. Impressive. Blatherings. Got some good boost for this. This has been pretty tough, though, considering. Just the mark and the dodge. Okay. Clear out the corpses or tank, why not? Good tanky action, even though it goes for him. Can't really force them to fight him, but if he does hit him, he'll have a lot of protection. Clear out those corpses again. Would you be so kind? Great. There's a little bayonet, other things there. Pretty insane. Going to sacrifice someone. This is the knife. Nah, they'll be fine. That's pretty much the best I could do with that. He's about dead, but not quite. That'll do it. Not much weakness against Unholy. I see no reason to remove that cork. For one thing, it's a red skull cork. So, alright, we got it. We might as well get the last loot, though. Let's take a look. Yeah, get those heirlooms. Anything else?
A handsome reward.
Extra.
For a task well performed.
Here we have battle, curio, empty room. I mean, we could. Let me get these first, just because there's 3 in a row. We got a pack. Still out of torches, so keep that in mind. Decent loot rewards for it being dark. No one's gonna get affliction or anything, so we're fine. Yeah, just a little extra exploration to top it off at this point. We came, we saw, we conquered. Adventure level's still plenty challenging, though. This is loot, yep.
If only treasure could staunch the flow of otherworldly corruption.
Back it up from the battle. I might do that just to one extra battle because it's a curio. I don't think I want to do the battle just for the sake of a battle. I mean, we could, but I don't feel like it because we have other stuff to get to next. So if we do the estate, I need to make sure I'm fully prepared for that. If we do the infinite crystalline place, could do that. I'd probably do another boss or just see what legends we have, what if they need to top off a little
The
more for
darkness
extra
holds much worse than
XP,
mere
so
trickery
we'll see.
and boogeymen.
No boogeyman up in here. I'm not afraid of you. Leper is not even close to afraid of you. These guys are literally virtues. Too bad they don't keep that to the next dungeon. And they did wear off in the darkest dungeon for the Vestals, so I feel like it only lasts so long. Maybe just extra parameters on that, though, to remove it. Not sure. There you have it. 2 busts, yeah, that'll be easy to clear that out for shovels. Alright, we got the last bit of curio. Just for the sake of it. And we'll check the last room just because. Alright, that is that. No need to do the one other battle on the map. We have done it. Done what we needed.
The great ruins belong to us, and we will find whatever secrets they hold.
20,000 with some decent heirloomage. Alright, definitely. Beast Hater. Disease resistance. Alright, no legends yet, even Marsh with the portrait. He's close though, 7 away. Close to Champion Moog. And Kurkon is 7 away also. which treat that disease on Marsh right away. Get that affliction gone too. He's not too far from champion, so they're getting there. It's pretty good natural progress for the extra resolve. I mean, it was good. So yeah, you can't cheese it with the darkest dungeon.
Know the horrifying depths
Weird
of their
council,
inquiry.
strange utterances, and unsettling chants typically characterize such events. We have been assured there is no real danger present in the rituals themselves. That is a seeker, cultist, and another seeker. So I have no need for them even if I had room, but... Alright, that's fine. Champion, leper, master, champion. Success. In the ruins, level 1. Yeah, that was a tough level 1. Let's get them treated here first for a disease. On Marsh, let's go to activity. Yeah, it's a nasty disease he got. The runs, that will not help anything, so... You can get that. Silverback for his affliction. We might as well send to... Oh, there we go. Skilled gambler. Isn't that nice? Gamble away then, Silverback. Yonder mug. Alright, Moog is doing okay. Corkin maybe could use something. Another skilled gambler. Well, that makes it really easy. That does make it quite easy. Oh, he's alcoholic though. Son of a bitch. Maybe I should treat that. Son of a beach. Get your quirk removal there. That'll be for Tippler. 7,000. Well, I could make it back for skilled gambler, but yeah, 7,000 to remove that. That's pretty pricey. I've got the money though. Might as well spend it. Shackles. Blacksmith getting fully upgraded here. We need, yeah, a little more for the first. We might as well 100% it though, while we need one more freaking deed here. And there it is, 100%. Goes from the little haystack to a fancier blacksmith.
A sharper
Weapon
sword,
cost reduced.
stronger shield, anything to
The
prolong a
guild hall
soldier's
had the
life.
fancier actual effect. Yeah, this one you still get the achievement though, so that's nice. Our equipment polished to a mere finish. You can't upgrade the survivalist, can you? I mean, you can, but it's kind of expensive. I'd rather, you know, save it for the blueprint, or what else do I have? Stagecoach is 100. Don't need more of these for now. Mercenary
Tortured and reclusive. This man is more dangerous
I
than
forgot.
he seems.
These guys do not actually take up room. Ah, gosh dang it. Okay, you can have 6. You can have 6 of those. That's all that they allow. But I wanted the Jester for sure, so... Wait, why isn't it not sorting them together, actually? Anyway, it says no more can be taken. I will believe you then. There's 6 there, and there's... I mean, level 6 there, 4 there. Why are the other ones up here? That doesn't make sense. Oh well, we'll do that at some point. For now, we have a good balance to work with. Leper, we have 2 flagellants, didn't we? Thought we had 2 flagellants. Interesting. Maybe it changed them. I have no idea. Could have sworn I had 2 flagellants. Maybe that's just the regular flagellants. Alrighty, we got the Legend Flagellant. I said 2. We got the Dragon Slayer, eventually to be used more. What else we need? Pretty much it for town. Oh yeah, Perroy never got stress. Could just give her the ring though, and give her that virtue chance. Too bad, yeah, the virtue for those last ones. As you see, Moog and such. Wait, Moog's the only one that didn't have it, never mind. Marsh and Corkin here. Yeah, they don't keep that after the dungeon, whereas he needs treatment for the affliction. So the -1 persists, the +1 is temporary. It's a little ironic, but nature of the game. Alright, Moog, the Master Crusader. I might want to do more just champion up there in treatment, so it would make sense to send him in again. What is next, though? We could do a boss. Legends and champions. I don't want to do a boss with a master, so if I did a boss, it would need I need more champion, or I could borrow one of the legends, but looking at the only one I don't want to use is the full party of legends who have become a legendary party together, so it makes sense to use them together for all of those. And we got 2 champions. We could risk a master for the necromancer, but I don't have the confidence in it right now. So farmstead you can do anytime. In-game condition, you know, all these, just the end of that area basically. You can do it as much as you want. We have specific heroes just for that, so if they die, it's not too big of a deal, I guess. Got all these heroes. Still have to put charms on them. Maybe they have extra benefit to using crystalline charms or trinkets, crystalline trinkets on the crystalline mercenaries, whereas an Alucard has the first one here. I don't think that technically is explained, but it just feels like it could be. Should we do grain sacks? We must eat. We have other medium levels without it being a boss. The boss is tougher, but it's not too much tougher. Just the area itself is pretty tough. Could do Shrieker, other things. Long champion, that would be intense in itself. Ancestral ring on that though. Accuracy, protection, and stress. So a little drawback to it. Huh. I mean, I want to get the rest of legendary, so just keep boosting these champions. We could do another short. At least it's nice and short. Who had that? Yeah, he has that. Let me take that off of you then, since you're in treatment. He needs his treatment. Who else should wear that? Probably a level 5 or something. I was thinking, Happy. Oh yeah, he won't do that though. That's the problem. Huh. Who can I do that is not level 5? Yeah. Level 4s and level 3s. We could get to the other Dragon Slayer. Extra flagellants. Yeah, the legends and the champions both refuse to do. Green ones, so I don't know. This is risky in either case. Could go straight to that, technically, but not feeling such confidence. For either one, I want to just have today more about the regular grinding, so it's good. Welcome back to any lurkers. We are treating the leper for his disease that he got from reading a book. That makes sense. The book must have been pretty scary then. Lovecraft up in there. If we want to do the ruins, yeah, we could just send these guys. He can be front or second, right? Yeah, it doesn't matter if he's front or second. Same for him. Well, just because he's my main character, then I guess I'll put him in front. Doesn't make any difference. For either one, need to put charms on that flagellant. He's a master flagellant behind my legendary flagellant. I'm just getting used to them. Flagellant. Funny other hunt characters too. We have their hunt quest lines just added today, so I'm probably gonna be playing that. I have the chance. I'm gonna stream tomorrow. I don't know. Played a little good quick play last time, so round at a time sometimes. Shall we send the Dragon Slayer in? Try to get that first legend for him too. Nah, he's also in the front too, so that won't really work. What the heck? Lightning Spear in the back too. He is so confusing right now. There's the one that charged out that was lightning and pale, but without that we just have this other spear. I can't tell where he should be really. This moves him forward is the problem. Wait, I can do any abilities for him, so let me see. We have him in the 3rd position. He could do a lot of forward skills. Activate riposte, buff self-16 dodge. That's in the front too also. So he does not really work in the back, yeah. He's meant to be in the front and moving himself back to the front. He's definitely meant to be in the front too, I feel like. So yeah, we'll just Save them for later. I can't figure out exactly what I want for him, but he will come back. We have Dab and Happy as man-at-arms. These are pretty much in the front also. Unless I have something else instead of Crush. No. We need a support and probably just another damage then. Need to give him charms in any case, so Ancestral's Portrait, I'll decide who to put that on in a moment here. Could do Jester in the 3rd position, but he would have to solo to move forward, so that's kind of annoying. We got Hound here. I want to do higher levels first, of course, so we got Masters, and that's about it. Masters, and one of these. Could do another Flagellant, but he really only works in the front 2. Front 2 for him, just recruited him. He likes to be in the front. Alright, I guess we'll have to go to Adventures at this point. Oh, Peroi still didn't get treatment, but I can give her the ring. This ring, actually. She's in the front 2, though. Yeah, a lot of it is about positioning current characters. I could just do the higher level dungeons, but I thought now a good time to get some other legends potential. And fight the boss after these other treatments, but they still champion. Yeah, I'm actually going to the boss. Fight legend, legendary leopard. Be nice to not have him die trying to kill the boss. So maybe you should just save all legends for the bosses at that point. It's a lot of thought that goes into it. Alright, we've got some negative 20% damage. Holy. I better treat that then. That is too much damage taken away. Have another disease treated by all means. Debuffs I can live with the herbs. Negative 20% damage is just terrible. Yeah, I don't have too many heirlooms, so we need some more of that.
In time, you will know the tragic extent of my failings.
Could just go to the farmstead to try that. I have all these heroes ready, but not many supports to go around, so have to make do. Yeah, we saw last time with all agility characters how freaking tough that was, even in adventure levels, so we definitely need a support of some kind. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't seem to have really solid party here for leveling these guys up, so yeah, at least need one support. I just don't have many support characters, so that's not good. I'll have to sacrifice some to the darkest dungeon or just dismiss them. Doesn't really do any good to just sacrifice them though, so kind of a waste of time. So let these people get treatments and such. Let's go ahead and do a farmstead just to try these out for the first time. Got Harvest, Dirk Stab, no Finale. I need Finale, yeah. Alright, Finale and yeah, that'll work. In the front 2 position. The Abomination definitely likes to be in the front, yeah. Front 2 at least, but actually the second one is fine too. Can he be in the front though? Not really, because of Harvest, so not ideal for either of them, but it's either him or the leper. I just wanted to know a variety of characters, so Antiquarian at least has some heal, right? No. Let's get you heal then. Against stealth, but get down, that's funny. That's not much healing, but that's the best I have for this current setup. Shield Breaker, Flagellant, Antiquarian can be in the back at least. Don't have a very good 3rd position character either. These all want to be in the front, so this is not easy to plan out. Yeah, I had to wait longer to actually get good characters for the position, I guess. right now all he can do is just nothing, so she can't do much in the third either. She can move forward, but that's not convenient. Captivate is at least in the third position. Expose is interesting. There's kisses in the very front. Well, I at least have things to work with. I don't know. It's gonna be annoying moving back and forth so much. I've never tried these mercenaries before in the Endless Harvest, so I guess they just go until they drop. You don't get the trinkets back. You just prepare to sacrifice them, or what? I have no idea. For now, I'm just gonna take the one set of charms because I don't even know how this works. We still need provisions, though, huh? It's endless, so you just fight until you die, right? You don't plan to get out, right? Huh. I have no idea. Well, for what it's worth, though, let's provision them well enough. So at least they won't die completely pointlessly. Yeah, these are basic charms. I can get rid of those trinkets. Let's see what the heck this is all about, because this is the endless newest mode of
The poor miller.
unlocking it.
Thrice a victim. The seasons took his livelihood. I took his land. And now, uncountable years later, the comet has taken his humanity. My only regret is that I did not live to see that shoddy mill smashed to pieces by the miraculous bounty I reaped from beyond the void.
Okay, let's open the cornerstone and get a good reward. Escape empty-handed. You cancel the reward, but you keep the hero, you keep the trinkets. Yeah, I don't see any point to that. Damnation's gift, inhuman bondage. The cruelest crown, slash and solo. Yeah, we've seen some of these before. Alright, so there's no reason to abandon, because that would literally cancel your rewards. These guys are meant to be fought here anyway. And the charms, you sacrifice for a better reward potential, so let's see what happens. Yeah, I don't think any objects can be used on that. If they can, I'll have to discover that somewhere else. I don't want to waste anything here. So here we go. Back to the same enemies. Farm. Don't want to sacrifice anyone else here. It is literally endless, so that's why they give you new mercenaries for it. Alright, get some dodge on you, why not? Oh, everybody. That's a good buff. Should we transform right away or heal de-stress? Yeah, I think we're gonna have to transform. Manacle and Beast Bile. Too much adds stress to the party, but he is a monster after all. Alright, here we go.
Decimated.
Yeah, the Abomination is quite the impressive character.
Well struck.
Good mix here. Yeah, not move forward till I have to. 77% on that. Oh well. Get your damn seeds. Why are you hitting him with the plow? How could you do this, Dan? He has the dodge still. Oh boy. Oh man. Not a great start for these guys. Just doing the main damage. Pierce them at this point, yeah.
Annihilated. Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
Bleed out for me, that'll be fine. A little heal for what it's worth.
A death by inches.
Receives quite helps. Abomination. A for Abomination, they have marked. Well, that didn't work. Yep, not so much. Get that finale.
The blood quickens.
Don't know who would have the better abilities right now. It's very interesting in this situation. Alright. Back in position. Let's see what that did exactly. Good for crits. Oh, that was nasty. I want a finale on the 4-man probably, because he is the big one. It's still small. Was that one day or something? I don't know, the moon. Figured I'd never seen that before. Stress, probably want to buff.
A singular strike.
That's pretty good. Finale on that guy. Dodge. Oh, jeez. He cracks the whip, alright. It will not be escaping empty-handed, so come what may, I guess. Probably need that at this point. Bit of rebutal. Wanted to try this out. Back on track, the main roster made progress, but it's a little bit insane. What can I say? All these things. Tank would die faster than a shield breaker. I don't know. Not looking too good. Oh yeah, none of these guys are dying by themselves, so try to make it happen. Trying to get both of them, 92%.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Take your anti-venom. It's a proper position. Yeah, there'd be a lot of moving position for these, but what can I do? Oh dear. That's not good either.
Executed with impunity.
We'll clear him out though.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy.
Harvest the
them
foreman.
all.
Harvest the harvester. Good enough. There's a chance for a heal. I suppose.
The flesh is knit.
Trying 6 health. Thankfully, dodged. Share that. Here comes the next one. Stir the rubble. That is tough.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope blossoms.
There you go. Oh, she's still in the front, so nice one. Make some use of that. How long does this last for, this dodge? Ooh. Been here to use the way, I guess it reset because it's a new wave, right? The finale. I don't know. Stress for the battle, though. Where'd that come from? Wow. Okay. Didn't realize that. This lasts 3 rounds, so okay. Then
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
lots of stuff. See if you can finale again, or if it counts as the same combat. Probably. It's always once per combat after all. Uses remaining 0. Yeah, I had a feeling. So you gotta really plan it out for the right time, but It's technically the same battle, I just keep bringing more troops.
Begone, fiend!
Yeah, good self-heal on that though, that's good. Get him. Back and forth. Oh, could have lived without that one. Nasty whip on my jester there. Wow. That's pretty brutal. Try to keep him from death's door for now.
Slowly, gently. This is how a life is taken.
Ward small, try to buff it a little bit. Lose those trinkets, most likely. But, you know. Curious. Oh, they have regeneration. That's not much fair, is it? Not really. A lot of madness. Whole lot of absolute madness today. Pretty intense. Boy, oh boy. It's day, 9 a.m. morning. Other stuff abounds. Regeneration, not really fair. I guess I got that like once for my party. Now the enemies are doing it more. Oh, yeah, bandage him up. Finale will not be in the cards. Twice in one battle, even though it's a long battle. So many troops. Nice to release clear them out if I can, though. That dodge wear off by now, probably. The Scarecrow in stealth, so just be a more support character. Relation, flail the crops, shard of growth. Could expose him, but I want to just finish him off too. Trying here.
Press this advantage. Give them no quarter.
At least there is something done. Yeah, get that buff, I guess. Is that stack? Actually stacks. That's not.
Ringing ears. Blurred vision. The end approaches.
Buff them again. Plenty of buffs for the party. Poor abomination. Just the good goat monster, whatever he is. Leave him be. I was trying to think if I should use the anti-venom or not, but it's not even her turn, so. Okay. Yeah, let's clear that out.
Back
So it
to
doesn't
the pit.
spawn another or whatever. Okay, I guess I could do this. Bypass the protection bonus just because Blight doesn't affect the protection. Should I use the last anti-venom? I suppose so. I want to get through it in any case, so whatever settings are. That'll work. Just the farmers, they do heavy hits. Don't underestimate the farm hands. Not really. Okay, Death's Door for our Jester. Use that anti-venom already. Vigorous could save him.
Adversity
I've
can
lived at
foster
court.
hope
Poison no longer
and
has
resilience.
any effect. If only that were actually true, so now I think he's just bragging. Oh, here we go. Transformation.
Resupply and recover, but be quick.
Yeah, he has 67% death blow resist. Let me heal him. He definitely needed that, so yeah. Do you have extra food? You might as well, because you don't actually get hunger checks on this. It's just considered extra healing at this point. I think that's how that works here. You can camp if you get the firewood somewhere, but although when I brought in the firewood for the miller and actually used it, maybe they patched that or something, because I didn't have that the last time I actually took him out, so it's interesting. Good stuff, though. We'll carry on. Good bit coming to afternoon already. Oh, actually raining today. Yep, thought it was gonna rain last night, so there's the rain. Nice to notice. Today, and for the most part, blights and other things. My goodness,
Impressive.
get that vigorous. That's what the just recently, right? So, yeah, still a good one from Ramis. Below that before he transforms again, I guess. Get those sensors. Sarcophagus sensor. Yeah, could use more anti-venom after bandages are almost used up too, so. Interesting. Extra supplies. Death's Door recovery lasts for the whole quest. Unfortunate too, but well, get as far as we can without escaping empty-handed. They fight to the death, these mercenaries, I guess. There's no way to actually win, so just try to get the big reward and not escape, just die at that point, because if you escape, you lose the reward, so you have to die in this to actually get the reward. Since it's endless, it's the first one that's actually endless. We'll figure it out. I'm trying to learn these different modes, different types of characters. So.
Compassion is a rarity in the fevered pitch of battle.
That's the best you could have done there, for sure.
The slow death, unforeseen, unforgiving.
One more for that. A little bit of holy water left over. I guess I could use that. Get that finale too. Don't know how long these battles last. Is the thing. Oh shit! Nasty dodge. I'll still give him a buff. Ouch! Yep, she's about to have it. Try to keep her alive as long as possible, though. Time for you to transform then. Or we could just keep healing him and have him as a meat shield, basically. He just won't be able to attack. It's kind of silly to do that, but maybe it'll work for now.
The wounds of war
I need to save her. Try
but never hidden.
Get him in position for the finale soon, but not quite yet, I guess. See if she will survive. Oh boy, Scarecrow doing naughty things.
Teetering on the brink. facing the abyss.
Ram is, can we take the letter? Oh, she can't shield because she's, why can't she shield? She's in the right position. What is going on here? Let me cure that just because there must be a reason she can't do that. Doesn't have a cooldown or anything. Why is it not working, I wonder? Maybe because of Death's Door? Wow. Interesting. I'm not sure. She's not very good at attacking now, but I have no other options, so I could move her back. That won't really do anything in itself. Yeah, she has a lot less accuracy now, so... Sadly, Serpent Sword is not available on Death's Door, I guess. That would save her. Too late, I guess. Try to get the heal on her, that's why I have support character after all. I need to transform just to take the burden off. That'll at least save her from dying right away. Interesting, I thought the Serpent Sword would be available on Death's Door, it is not. Alright, I've had enough absolution, time to do some damage here. Let's get her ready. Stress is inevitable. We've got to fight back. I could finale the Scarecrow, seems like a waste though. Let me just buff him. Try some of that. Check the broadcast in a few minutes from now. I think we should be fine.
The abyss returns even the boldest gaze.
Holy. What can we do now? Dodge won't hurt him. Yeah, she still doesn't have that. I wonder if it has limited use or something. I've never seen it not be able to be used though. Interesting. She's obviously in the front three, so something else is preventing that. Maybe you can only do it so much in this area or something. I have no idea, but that definitely makes the shield breaker less powerful. Not have all her abilities. Interesting.
Obliterated.
Get past that at least. I'd have to ask an expert on that one. I feel like it has something to do with the area though, because I've never had it grayed out before. Get your dang seeds, Scarecrow. I will rake you through.
Another abomination cleansed from our lands.
Abomination, that's ironic, yeah. That is definitely ironic. I don't need the finale, so why not just keep buffing him?
How quickly the tide turns.
Scarecrow with a big hit. Might as well keep that dodge up, I guess. Dodge does not hurt. Basic spear action for now. Jeez. Oh, horsey. Stuff last night. Just gonna get that virtue perhaps. Slam into the Scarecrow. Yes. Then move the body in the back. That's always funny too. Insanity suits me. Should I finale just to make sure I get one in? Yeah. Because I don't know how long the wave lasts. It can just go on and on. Or it can end sooner than you think. Should I get the dodge? We have the dodge. Slight heal. Captivate. Horse pretty tanky, but the finale would just prevent other stuff from happening. Then he gets the debuff, that's why I almost died earlier. Be on death or recovery for the rest of the quest anyway, though, so I guess you might as well get it out there. Oh, here we go. Her bard is masochistic.
Those those who covet injury find it in no short
That'll
supply.
transform him back, because there's no other option. He cannot transform at the moment. I don't know why that's locked either. Maybe it's a stress requirement. I have no idea. Alright, why is the finale not working? What? So many things aren't working here. I don't understand it. I have not used it this battle. It says usage remaining 0. It considers what? This also the part of the last battle? That doesn't make sense. I did not finale, so I do not understand why I can't now. A lot of things are not working out here. Almost every hero has abilities blocked. That's weird.
A decisive pummeling.
Very weird. Very strange. But part of the challenge, part of the experience, part of our education. Yeah. You ever played this game before? There's a lot to it, that's for sure.
Monstrous size has no intrinsic merit, unless inordinate exsanguination be considered a virtue.
Ouch. That one just blows up. I thought I was gonna summon someone. Yeah, I didn't really see it in time, so failed to acknowledge that. Is this one gonna take us away? Why can't he transform? This is insane. All he can do is that. And he can't finale, so he's not even a full jester. Retaliation. Double death's door at the moment. We'll keep that dodge up. Where does she get that boost from? The other battle him. Someone probably slipped in the rain. The ambulance.
A powerful blow.
Let's clear him out. Try just to get through it at this point. Try everything we can. Reality bit.
Precision and power.
Yeah, I'm gonna try the one out here. It's working out more or less. I mean, they're still alive, but yeah, I don't think I'll do this one again in a hurry. Other mercenary heroes, so maybe just dismiss them. But they don't take out regular roster room anyway, so just ignore them for a while. It's okay. Does someone need healing? Okay. difference there.
A devastating blow. As life ebbs,
yeah. Time for some of them to
terrible
die.
vistas of emptiness reveal themselves.
Most likely. Not much I can do about it. I need to do damage too, though. I don't know. That's just for offense. Which defense?
Injury and despondence set the stage for heroism or cowardice.
At least we have these skill. Yeah, the abomination kind of useless once it gets an affliction. Oh well.
A hand's breadth from becoming unwound.
We'll see them out, both of them. There we go. End of the round,
Safe
at least.
from the comet's maddening light. For now.
Bit of healing. Best we can do. Oh boy. Pretty intense. But we're still making progress. Endless mode. Tuh. Yep, it is an interesting time, to be sure. Alright, let's sort everything else out. Appreciate Elsa stopping by. Hope you're having a good night. It is noon here, good bit of rain. Carry on a solid couple hours, get to the other dungeons. Hogwarts tonight for sure, should be good. Probably not stream the melodrama rehearsal, because we're trying to focus, get everyone together. Just that one time is good for now, get some other closer performance, most likely. Hopefully. We shall see. We shall certainly see. Good time, quick break, perhaps. Active chat, I don't know. Thinking about it. We got time. I will be right back. Just a second, though. Ooh, the blazing out. That'll affect damage versus mark. Too bad I don't have any markers.
A lost echo.
Had that Arbalest.
Forever in the sparkling void.
Debuff skill chance. More speed, more protection. So marked and debuffs. I only have so much for those. I'll try. Blight and such. Interesting. Give me a sec. for now with the blazing blue effect. Pretty much good to go. Oh dear. Prime some number to enlarge the actual avatars. Try. But maybe it can increase the resolution, get them to fit on screen like I did have that one time. That was nice. I don't know how I did that, but we'll experiment more and more. Alright, what is going on here? We need to mark them or debuff them. I can't really do either, but at least transform him for now. He's in death's door anyway. We can try. Yeah, there's no marking on any of these, so if you just don't have a party without a marking, there's not much can be done about it. So that's what it is. No light either, but I can get blood on that at least. At least the debuff came in handy, but he has resistance, so. Still don't have finale. Wow, you get one finale for the entire harvest. That's pretty messed up. It's supposed to be per battle, guys, not per area. Harvest is bugged, I don't know. They probably thought of that, though. You're like, you should not take the finale in the harvest. I don't know. I like to use the finale. Let's see. Debuff him. Knock him back in any case. Get these damn corpse fungus. Very strange type of monster there. Yep, that is definitely a weird one. Sorry, used all the anti-venom. Doesn't want to be treated. Buff the rest of the party then. Yeah, player resistance at 64%, just a chance. He'll bleed out soon enough after this attack. Harmless swipe, not that harmless. Actually. Vigorous gesture, let me see if you can go. Get 100 stress. Alright, that's store for Herbert the Abomination. Save him if I can, but let's guarantees here. Bleed on two of them, need to take the other claw out.
More
He's
blood
dead.
soaks the soil, feeding the evil therein.
Feeding the evil. Unfortunate. Yeah, it's been an intense time with you. For sure. Everything looking good enough on my end, though, hopefully. Trying here. Or at least get the medium reward if I can, but it doesn't look like much of an option this current party. Thought I could have done different, except got a party that worked better together. Take some more charms to sacrifice. Trinkets. No wonder I call them charms. There's a lot of them actually referred to as charms. Anyway.
Masterfully executed.
Good vigorous gesture will probably be the last one to survive. Maybe. Anyway. Oh dear. The names of your head. She's funny, isn't she? Got the dodge on. Try to finish them off. 1 damage though, it's not exactly great. Got 64% to 100% from the debuff though. It decreases the resistance. At least not over 100% like we've seen some other ones have. That's just insane. The audio balance is good for now, -9 decibels. Hopefully the sweet spot for Hogwarts and Darkest Dungeon at least. There you go, Ramirez. Get a treatment, we'll figure out the roster for the next excursions, but Might as well take that holy water. We're not living for much else at this point. Yeah, make use of vigorous. Get him a little bit further. If we can. She might get bigger. If she gets the affliction, she's basically dead. If she gets the virtue, it could just to maybe medium reward. I don't know how many kills we need for medium reward, so beats me. 100% blight resistance. Yeah, I better stab him. Straightforward, pierce, armor piercing if they had
Perched at the very
armor.
precipice
Most
of
enemies
oblivion.
don't, though. Good look a rock in the eye. Here we go. Hopeless. Yep, she's dead.
There can be no hope in this hell. No hope at all.
Especially without serpents sweating in it. He will soon follow them after. I feel faint. Reminds me of it. Oh yeah, Gilderoy Lockhart. That's right. Pretty good. Oh boy. She's about ready. Join Abomination. Wow. How much resistance does she have? Yeah. It can only last for so long in any case. They just came at her relentlessly. I doubt we'll finish this wave, yeah, especially with more of them coming. Yeah. This is likely the end. Take with me as many as I can, but not much else we can do. Pretty much at the end of our journey for these. No reason to escape. That would not be worth it for these mercenaries. They knew what they signed up for, I guess. They wanted to fight this endless war. You get the bonuses you can, but yeah, they're pretty much done for. Oh. Not much of a start, yeah. It's
More dust. More ashes.
no finale for him.
More
No
disappointment.
chance. I understand why the shield guard and the finale were disabled, but I'm sure there's a logical explanation in the game's design behind it, right? An bandit out of nowhere. Infamous cutthroats. That's kind of funny. Well, at least go out fighting him, I guess. It was your fault, human. You led these eldritch spores to malevolence. Alright, good game. So it goes. That'll be that for now. More soon to come, though. He refuses to give up. He is virtuous after all. 79%. Oh well. Fourth. Marking. Rin the Mocked. It's the greatest joke of all. Death.
Another life wasted in the pursuit of glory. Gold. Great adversity has a beauty. It is the fire that tempers.
Well, 28 kills. No comet shards. How do you get comet shards now? Damn. Apparently you have to get a bit further. Did I get much of anything for that? Small
I see something
rewards.
long absent in the sunken faces of passers-by.
Lost in the
glimmer
dimensions beyond
of
space.
hope.
The Shrieker stole 2 more trinkets from down party. Oh yeah. So the Shrieker actually takes the ones you lose in the Endless, and that's cool. Yeah, that did not seem to be any point to that if you don't get any rewards from small rewards, so I will not do that again in a hurry. But, yeah, it's interesting that we slaughtered 28 foes, but it was not enough for rewards, so you have to get further, I guess. On to week 90, though. Do we have these guys even treated yet? No? You don't get a time passing for the Endless Harvest. Wow. So there was almost no point to that, other than to know we're not ready for it, or even the master level characters. Yeah, like Sinfreak and Seekers or Adventurers in there, they would not do any better. So, wow. 28 foes was not enough, apparently. Let's do something else. I have this portrait. Yeah, I better put that on someone. Alright, I just need to figure out a party that works for now from what I have. Excluding the ones in treatment. Yeah, we can't do legends or champions for easy ones. I at least had 2 easy ones on the board. I'd like to do a short one. Do I have any party that will work? I don't have any supports is the problem. No supports at all. So I might have to dismiss some and get new ones. I have no supports that will work for the base party. I might want to just go straight to the darkest dungeon then, because... Let me see, the stagecoach, I at least have options. Wants to give me other veterans and Houndmaster though. I need Vestals or Cultists, stuff like that. There's not too many support characters, but those are a couple of them. Yeah, Antiquarian, Vestal, Occultist, I guess are the main ones. But I would rather, of course, get the veterans. I don't have room in any of the case, so I'd have to dismiss... Yeah, these won't matter if I dismiss them. Well, I guess they actually come back after dying. That's funny. They don't permanently die, they just get lost in dimensions and come back. So I could, for example, dismiss the Seeker. I would hope they wouldn't keep these. Let me try that. Yeah, I don't really need any more Hellions right now. I have so many offensive characters. Let me see what happens if I dismiss them with a Ancestral Charm. Now, it's the same thing as dismissing them with a common charm, so let me just see what happens. Dismiss. Oh.
This one has become vestigial. Useless.
Did I get it back? I think I got it back, or at least I had 2. I'm pretty sure I got it back. It was just weird, yeah, I went back to that same area instead of at the bottom. Oh boy. Alright, well, I have room for one more. I'd rather get those, if I'm being honest. Could just dismiss that Jester and get this Jester instead. Oh my goodness. I don't really understand the point of all that. Then I have to rename him. Can I just copy his name? It's just so confusing. There you are, Sofa. I've been wanting to see you. Alright, so I need to settle for you, Sofa. You are the biggest troll toxic community member we've had, probably. And I have finally figured out who you were. It was confusing me for a while. I have this other friend on Steam named Sofa. But I do know, indeed, you are Ramsay Bolton from that Game of Thrones group recently, friend requesting me recently as a different name. But now I have finally remembered that is you, Ramsay Bolton. Fitting because you are a bastard. Now we know. That is you. You're from the Steam groups, and now I have finally figured that out. So, yep, you're from the Steam groups, Game of Thrones and such. That's where you first found me from, and you came to the Steam stream from there, right? Steam groups, like our actual Steam group. And you made that Stargarian one as well. Which beach episode? You made that other Stargarian one, other group, silly one. Weren't you the leader of that other Game of Thrones group that requested me recently? So you're not that person? Interesting. You just found me from the other Steam group thing? Alright, well, I'll need you to adhere to more positive rules, please. Otherwise, I'll have to time you out more.
Rules! We got some rules
In either case,
around here.
yeah, sorry, I was confusing your other Steam friend with Soph and his name from Chivalry. Then I thought you must have been that Ramsey Bolton one from the other Steam group because they actually friend requested me more recently again. That's not actually you? Oh well. Got a new quest line for Hunt, other stuff to look forward to. Alright, I guess, was mistaken. I just thought that must have been you. I was like keeping me up the other night, so. Anyway, would you like to be a character here? We are trying to figure out how to move forward here, other party, and we need more support characters and such. I was wondering if I just copy and paste his name to get Shipleth back. Why doesn't it let you copy the name? You just have to remake the name? Oh well. Alright, so what I'm gonna do here is dismiss this jester, get that other high level jester. See if we get these dice back first of all. We should, right? Yeah.
Send this one to journey elsewhere, for we have need of sterner stock.
I'm replacing him just because the higher resolve level. I can also do that for the Hound Master. I have a new Hound Master here. So before I forget, I'll do the color names later. But for now, yeah, I could get you as one, Sofa. Are there any particular characters you like more in Darkest Dungeon? You could be newest Dragon Slayer, for example. That's another workshop mod one. Good to see you with that little green avatar. Let me see the Hound Master. We have twins here, level 1.
Suffer not the lame horse, nor the broken man.
That's basically just a way to bypass them actually adventuring, wasting time. So that works. We'll rename Dragon Slayer. Sounds good. Yeah, it's my first custom character from the workshop. Alright, we'll get you your good purple name then if you would like. Let's figure that out right away. That will be fun. Purple name we can do easily for the well, purple, okay. I thought that was like other one like shade or something, or rarity, but no, yes indeed. Alright, we shall name him Little Sofa, unless you have other specific name you'd like to go by. Of course, with rules and regulations, but that'll be fun. Look for other income, other rehearsals here soon to come, other good things. That's not purple. What? That's the Kickstarter color. How did that happen? Alright, let me try that again. That was not purple. Yeah, it just takes a minute to figure this out. Purple, it says JRTE. I thought it was hyphen, maybe it was not a... Yeah, it was actually not hyphen. Oh, it's more like the pink one. There was a darker purple, I thought. Oh well. We could make you in caps, that would be funny. We have not a caps character yet. How's that for you? Little Sofa. And yeah, I did want to ask you here, Sofa will be needing more gas money, other such productions. But I was wondering, what is your industry? How do you get income? Because I'll be looking here more on the job hunt, other things to apply for. What is your industry particularly? Are you still a student or have any part-time jobs, full-time career? I am interested just to learn of that as an actor, but since I'll need to get more income myself. The gas money and such there. Oh yeah, student, what are you studying for? Any other career vocation then? Alright, Little Sofa. If you like a better purple name, I'll find, but I guess that pink one works pretty well enough. What's your field of study, though, that you will be studying for? It's the best I can do is Seeker Vestal for support. I don't have any Vestals at the moment, do I? Since Solaria died in the Darkest Dungeon, the best I can do is a regular Vestal here with at least Divine Grace and Divine Comfort. Yeah, you don't need those other front skills, but oh well. He like wants to be here in the front, what the heck? Divine Grace is in the back though, you silly guys. It's so hard to make this position. Oh, veterinary for like all creatures great and small with all the animals. That's cool. Well, I've seen some of that like from the books and shows and vet stuff, yeah. Well, you do study parasitology, other stuff like that and that, so Interesting. Yeah, I've known some vets, other ones like horses and things. I know one in Florida, actually. I think went to vet school and such. Interesting. Yeah, I just like to discuss, you know, all the different industries and walks of life, so just curious. Oh boy, this is not giving me much of a break here for support and positioning. It's like, why would you give her front abilities if she can only heal in the back? That does not make sense. Alright, I'm gonna have to recruit her because I desperately need a support. Flagellants can do it, but not very well. Suffer. Transfer blight. Oh boy. Yeah, we'll have to get the Vestal for now. Get the other Dragon Slayer things.
Pious and unrelenting.
But I will have to buy these new skills either from the guild. Yeah, Survivalist is only camping skills, right? So you don't actually have to do any of that unless you don't have nighttime ambush prevention or so. If religious, it says. I don't even know. Religious. So we go to the guild hall, then we can at least clear out this nonsense for the front-facing abilities. I probably want the heal party too, but at least we have the main heal for now, so that's in the back too. Now I want to take out these other things that are not in the back too, so let's take out those. Judgment is in the back too. Dazzling Light. Not unlocked, so let's do both of those. At least now she has abilities to use in the back. So she's actually most ideal in the third because of illumination. At least that bypasses stealth. Judgment is good. The stun is good too. Sure, but... well, yeah, I'm using both. So at least I have both options. Alright, she'll be in third position. Let me figure out what the heck we're doing here. Because the endless freaking quest, apparently, Sofa, was not one to progress treatments and other things in between them. So, good stuff. You'll be fine, Sofa. I look forward to it. I will go and debut for you our newest command here, Champion Command. Because Elsa from Norway earlier did not. So, enjoy our newest command, Bilbo.
You're a very fine person, Mr. Baggins, and I'm very fond of you. But you're only quite a little fellow in a wide world, after all.
Thank goodness.
So there's our support. We'll still need one in the back. We also have Bilbo too.
He's gone!
Some other chat events added as well. Good fun. Those are our newest commands. Good times. Yeah, Vestal here is ready then. The Mercenary Vestal, but those cannot be used on regular adventures. Only go on the Endless Harvest Expedition. Yes, okay. What else we need here? Oh, he actually has Endure, so that'll be interesting. For Tules. I need someone in the back, though. I have this one. I should probably take that ring if I want to do the Hellion. Could send her in the front. In the very front. Just for the fun of it. See if that works out or not. Okay. And, wait. What are you talking about? Yeah, you can only have one flagellant. You can have some multiple other characters, but flagellants are one specific one that can only go one at a time. Someone for the back then. We don't have many ranged characters. Chachi is not ideal in the back. Gestures. Not good in the back. Houndmaster, we just got a new one here. Yeah, he's always been a good back one. That's true. Blackjack in the front in case we get pushed up. Or Guard Dog. How about that? Yeah, that's better. Let's get a new charm for them. We have the Whistle. 4 dodge, 1 speed. Debuff, you just take more herbs. Ancestral portrait, I'll do whoever's, I mean, really whoever here, but he's the closest to leveling up, so I guess he's a good one for that. Alright, we got it sorted here. We'll get some Hogwarts tonight, Sofa. Good to see you. Thank you for bringing the chat to life. Sorry for those, false accusations and you being other person from Steam. I've confused you now with two different people. But yeah, since you were from the Steam group, I thought maybe you were him. Because your name's Sofa, I thought you were my other friend, Sofa. Third time's a charm for figuring out your actual identity. Not that we need to find your identity, it's just, mislabeling you at least is good. And sorry for the initial insults, but I sometimes repay cruelty with cruelty, just the way I am. We'll be updating some About Me section things shortly, though. Sell the moon ring. Well, he can have all the stress, I guess. I don't know. Ancestral things, bleed resistance, and disease resistance. I don't really need that, but alright, fine. What else here? Stun resist, dodge, damage. It's not good for her. Yeah, Sun Ring is fine. Vestal only for less stress. Healing skills, less skill. Okay, yeah, she does have the stun. That was, the last one on Solaria. Unfortunate for that, but oh well. At least it's something for now. Nothing too bad. Should we go to the Cove then? Got Warren's Explorer. As long as nobody hates the Cove, I could go Cove. Warren's Explorer, yeah, I could do that instead. Nobody hates the Warrens. Alright. Good enough then. Warren's Explorer, extra scouting chance. Someone do a short one, so that's good. Let's get started, see how this party works together. More or less. Got a Seeker in there, Veteran, Master, Adventurer, so big balance of levels. Got them dog treats. This is short, so I don't need too much. But I'll still take the necessities. And we'll go from there. Let's see how it goes. We'll get you in a bit as well there with the Dragon Slayer, but it's so hard to figure out the parties right now, Sofa. Hope you're doing good today, though. Nice rainy day before some rehearsal of their Hogwarts tonight, and then tomorrow back to the job hunt. So I try to be a professional actor, but we'll need other income for now since there are not an abundance of amazing theaters and companies to audition for all the time. It isn't that easy. Into the Warrens with the pigs again. Oh boy.
To prosecute our war against the swine, we must first scout their squalid homes.
Zoophobia, not helpful here, but we got other things. Sitiomania, I never heard of that before. There's some funny words, Latin words and such. Anyway, thanks for popping on by there, Sofa. We have debuted the newest champion commands for you. I like your shark icon, that's pretty good. The dancing shark. I didn't realize display capture was on. Anyway, looking good on my end. Polaris was fun. We shall see. Alucard. your brand new chat event just for you. Call me Alucard. Good morning, Mr. Alucard in New Zealand, 2 days in a row. Thank you for bringing the chat to life, along with Little Sofa there. It's fantastic to see today Dragon Champion Alucard, a lovely brother and a lovely friend of the Roost. It is great to see you back there. Welcome. Eyes open. As you work your industry, tell me again, remind me, what is your industry, Alucard? I will be looking for more income myself soon. We do have that donation goal, but unless somebody donates $2 million, just about is. I mean, it's really not that unrealistic to need $1 million these days for you. Unless somebody donates, a substantial amount of money, I will be looking for more income and to move to LA. We'll do the LA move to LA donation goal after this one's over. Whether it's fulfilled or expires July 1st in 94 days. But yeah, I'll be looking for more income tomorrow, so if you have any job recommendations, you and Grim, I'll be looking for things I can type with, I can work with, I can do interpersonal stuff with, I don't know. We would like to be professional actor all the time, but sadly there's not enough companies and enough opportunities for that. There's not like commercial companies or anything around here, so. Until we move to LA, do more regular auditions for that. I'll do regular income so I can afford to move to LA. I can't really afford it to get work without the initial work, so we'll see. Good to see you though, Mr. Alucard joining us in the chat. We'll get that prime number expanded avatar for you down the line, but for now, we continue on with a good bit of fun, good times on this fine, wondrous Wednesday. Welcome back to you, brother. Run a small cleaning company, perk work for a building. Oh yeah, I remember hearing about, you mentioned that briefly before. So, it's like for an office building, or you go into the, like you don't actually interact with the business, you just work through the cleaning company itself, and you started with that, like how long ago? I'm just curious, you don't have to relay any details or such you don't want to, but, I'm just curious. Industry and how you got into that and how much college you did for that and stuff like that. Just glad to learn different walks of life. There's never any judgment or such for me. If anything, I would judge myself more than anyone else possibly could, so. Let's see here. Good to see Alucard. Dragon Champion back to the Roost. Lovely place to be. Welcome back. Newest commands debut for you. We have Bilbo.
You're a very fine person, Mr. Baggins, and I'm very fond of you. But you're only quite a little fellow in a wide world, after all.
Thank goodness.
Bilbo 2.
He's gone!
If you would like the actual quotes attached to the command, let me know and I will easily add those in just a moment. There's some good quotes in any case. Different parts of it, but pile of bones here. Let me see what this does. Loot, yeah, loot. Purified, allowing it to be looted, basically. Yeah, I hope she gets the virtue. If not, it'll just be funny. Here we go. The amazing Hellion and the Hound. We do not have Mark on anyone else, but at least for her. Guard Dog for dodge. Buff Self for dodge. Here lies on dodge. Yeah, 4 to dodge. Instead of protection, so let's kill the freaking wretch for now.
Obliterated.
Your guys clean schools, medical centers, kindies. So that is New Zealand word. Kindy. And cause ex-builder take on perk works in this. So you were like a contractor before? Engineer or such? Gotcha. Oh, that's cool, yeah, I'm just curious. All good, Alucard. More power to you, my friend. Oh boy. Yeah, I don't know how much good theaters or film commissions like Lord of the Rings type filming in New Zealand there are, but if ever I go to see you guys there, perhaps could do other work like that. That would be fun. Oh yeah, light, not the best thing to do, but it's an option and it's a stun, so I against the Giant, for example, is a good example. Iron Swan in the back there. Let's get to a bit of that for her possible virtue. It'd be nice if I didn't do this first battle, but it's 99. It's gonna happen soon enough.
Confidence surges as the enemy
gets
crumbles.
a Twisted Bull. Is there another New Zealand word? Sorry, the other slang and such I might not be that familiar with. Hound's Harry, excellent.
Continue the onslaught.
Get him good.
Destroy
Now we can
them
heal, yeah. He doesn't need much healing because he's a flagellant. He does have a Sanguinate. Can top her off for 2 health, I guess. Judgment also work if she was injured, but let's just top her off, I guess. He doesn't need it, so. Of self-damage, that only lasts for the round, probably, but I'm just curious. So let me see how long it lasts to confirm 4 rounds.
Blood quickens.
So basically 4 steps in the hallway. Not very long. Yep, no other buffs here, no real reason to do that either. Might as well finish him off at this point, but I'm just playing with my pig here. Could take her stress away, let's take hers away. Flagellant, good for absorbing things. He absorbs the suffering for both blight from suffer, endure for stress. Reclaim is just other. Heal, bleed. There's some interesting abilities, interesting synergies. Good stuff, Mr. Alucard. We'll work on making those dragon avatars bigger for you later. Hopefully we'll get that new scene to work with soon. I'm gonna update About Me section here tonight. If I can find that new scene tonight for actual Dragon Knight names and crowns and badges, that will be nice to do. It's Wednesday, I'll donate you some money to help you out. Next week, because it's Thursday for you technically. No worries, Alucard, I do appreciate the sentiment in any case. Help me for gas just to survive a little bit, but yeah, I will be looking for more regular income, so do appreciate your help and anything extra you do have, but yeah, there's by no means an obligation or requirement for you to enjoy our good adventures and for me to shout you out for the fun of it every time I can. Let's see what you got here. Another Knights of the Old Republic. Christopher Plummer. Yes, Coruscant. Let me just stare at him.
What?
That's good. That movement. Oh, it's great. I love it. Spent a lot of time in that hub, it looks like. Yeah, it's cool to see Christopher Plummer, Skyrim, Knights of the Old Republic, so. Talk about Coruscant planets and all. Don't have anyone really good for loot here, so we'll just balance it between the party. There's a trap. Get your affliction. Nope. Get your virtue, hopefully.
As the light gains purchase,
torches. This is short,
spirits
though.
are lifted.
It's not a big
and
deal.
Purpose is made clear.
Back and forth then. Okay. Good little cheat there and stress him out. Let's see if it works for the very rare ring. It's not ancestral, but it's still pretty good. Well, that came out of nowhere.
Finding the stuff is only the first test. Now it must be carried home.
Unable to scout that, so that's what it is. Got Alucard as the Plague Doctor. Sofa as the new Dragon Slayer. Funny name for a Dragon Slayer, we shall see. We'll get that Kraken Slayer next, that'll be similar to the Hellion, it kind of looked like. But that'll be after I beat the base game, which I need to do. There we go. Piggy piggies. Good time for the virtue now on the Madman. Let's see what happens. Horror. That'll come in a bit then. Alright, Hound's Harry for all of them, or straight to the Wretch. Probably better to avoid diseases, unless the Flagellant gets disease. He does have the camping skill to remove diseases, so alright, Hound's Harry after all. Bleed them all. Bleed, piggy, bleed. That's good. She might get stressed from that too. Yep, here it comes. Come on, Perroy. Damn. Even with the plus 25% chance.
Frustration and fury.
It did backfire.
More
I'm an abusive
destructive than
hellion.
100
Thankfully, it's a
cannons.
short adventure, and it's good that I did do that. Short adventure, so. Yeah, just hack one up. I don't know.
Attack to the pit.
That's pretty intense. Come back to you, Alucard, with that new chat event.
Welcome back.
And Sofa as a Dragon Slayer.
A powerful blow.
Good to see you both. Hope you're doing good. Anyone in Lurkland, I hope your day is better than mine. All I can say. Alright. Judgment, not needed. Elimination, not needed. Healing, not really needed. Stun, 25% chance. Resistance, so 75% chance.
The match is struck.
Basically.
A blazing star is born.
Didn't take Latinum anyway. Might as well take a damn dog treat. Why not? There you go. Bleed all these piggies. Bleed them out for good.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its own.
So songs available, sang another song. Very, very excited to be blessed by one of my favorite singers. Very excited for his blessing to sing the song for our melodrama here, Alucard. So very excited. Got an email from Voltaire. I'm quite excited for that. Oh, there's disorganization, people. All these things. Alright, let's go. That works. Yeah, don't need that. Finish him off, I guess. Cure Blight Bleed, heal 2 HP.
Press this advantage. Give them
Some
no
temporary
quarter.
ones, not needed. Heirlooms, though.
Wealth beyond measure. Awarded to the
Didn't
brave
want her to
and the
do some
foolhardy alike.
abuse of loot. Just that probably not likely to happen, but better safe than sorry. A lot of these things. Oh dear. Tier Tuesday, we missed out. If you'd like to hear the Butcher command, that is available as well. I wanted to do this one other villain, but not really necessary for the melodrama, so just enjoy it here, you know. Pretty much.
Like a black dog, as the saying is. Even now I cursed it. And yet I think you have come within the compass of my curse. And I did not do some notorious sin. As kill me. Otherwise it's dead. Ow! Ravish your maid. Accuse some innocent of whispering. Set deadly enmity between two friends. Make poor men's cattle.
The slow death. Unforeseen.
Have a great one, Alucard. See you tonight or so.
In the night. And bid their numbers squeeze the light.
Another one falls. Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
From their graves and set them upright.
Was a killing blow.
Remind yourself that overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer.
And on their skins. As like the bark of trees. With my knife carved in letters. Let not your soul die, though I am dead. I've done 1,000 dreadful things. This building is wrong. And yet nothing grieves me more to the end. I cannot do.
Curious is the trap-maker's art. His efficacy unwitnessed by his own eyes.
Alright, mark a bit of them there. We'll try to increase the damage. That other mark on the other flagellant, yeah, I kept that on him. Another Wolf's tassel for this current flagellant. Damn it, wish you had done that to the flagellant. The plague doctor removed the other disease that fits. Not, well, +3 to speed at least. It's something. It balances it out. Yeah, this flagellant just has this ancestral. Judge.
As the fiend falls, a faint hope
Silly
blossoms.
wretch, little squealer. Good stuff, Alucard. Oh yeah. As well, enjoy that. 4 rounds. Have a round for the entire party's turns, right? I think so. Oh yeah, we marked him. We might as well finish it.
Annihilated.
That's fine. Punishment. For another good chop. Great to see you, so Alucard. We'll try to boost up the avatars in a bit. But for now, at least you're here. At least you're looking great. Trying to I didn't take too much of the screen, but I'd like them to be bigger for more Marvel and Overwatch 2 characters as well. Good stuff. Oh boy. This is weird. Trying to figure out, yeah, what should we do? The bleeding corpses. Quite strange. Good dodge, though. On we go. So I'll stun him up.
Another abomination.
Save that last dog treat for the next one. There's no reason to do this, is there? Well, she's already afflicted, it won't matter. Oh. That was the random boost. Just for 5 crit, I think. Alright, well, there's no reason not to just go this last room. And use a shovel. No, that's the... Oh. Obsessed with... Oh my goodness. Okay, well he resisted it. Disease resistance 80%. He takes care of the dog, he has to be healthy, huh? Alright, good enough for that. Just a little excursion. We did get that bonus for a flagellant. Let's see if that gets us to champion at least.
The twisting tunnels seem a little less impossible.
Leper amulet, healing received. That could be nice. Take a look at the XP gains, 4,000, pretty humble amount of treasure, but that's okay. Abusive, yeah, not quite the champion. But at least got her to apprentice. Less damage on first round. Imposter syndrome, consumed by thoughts of inadequacy. Interesting. Bleed resist and nocturnal. Stun resist. Let's clear the abusive on her, and don't think anyone needs anything else. Fortune somewhere else.
The serum is working.
Time and gold were not spent in vain. However, as today
manageable.
Announced they have succeeded in concocting effective antidote. Medical ward is free. Ah. That will be for diseases, so. Who needs disease treatment? take a look. Go through the list, basically. Inui. Yeah, I can live without Inui. Tapeworm is annoying, but it's not terrible. Light resistance isn't too bad. Less accuracy, more damage. Debuff isn't too bad. Yeah, she just got that one. I'll find somewhere else to treat her. Not doing any of these. Losing money while gambling. Red Plague isn't great, yeah. Let's treat that for Lupus. My only actual abomination. I could unlock the third one while it's free. Don't necessarily need it though. It depends. Since yeah, I don't have any blueprints yet anyway for the next building, might as well do that. Alright, I need one more bust. Actually, I basically have enough. Just need that one more bust here. So there you have it.
Curious methodologies and
Increased
apparatus
number of treatment ward
can
slots.
calm even the most tormented soul.
Oh, this one. Alright, who else needs some disease treatment? I just use there. It's not too bad, but Mick. Yeah, I didn't see anyone else like anything outlying too bad. He's already treatment for that, so tetanus. Alright, full up for the medical ward, but it's free. It can be pretty expensive. The perks are more expensive, so nice if they made the treatment ward free too. But that's good for now. With the sister nun syringes. Everybody's pretty freaky in here. Even the blacksmith is freaky. Even the barkeep is freaky. And here we have the priest. The guild is just kind of more adventurous, generic adventurers. Alright, I don't think anyone needs him an upgrade. Oh, he can. Yeah, might as well upgrade them if they can. There's Thunder and Lightning for our first Highwayman champion, and Bandit Overcoat to the Uncatchable. Nice. Those are good. Chachi will soon has his as well. He's just the more adventure Highwayman. Sofa. Wait, why didn't I make Sofa the level 3? I think I made him make him the level 3. Dragon Slayer, I just mixed them up by accident. Well, another mistake with that. Sofa, if you'd like to be the better Dragon Slayer. Instead of Villan, I was originally at Villan or something. Oh my goodness. See how long of a name I can make for one just to play with it. Including the color change, so let's do a good name for these. Professor Peter Patter Plimp Snickle. Alright, just for the fun of it. Okay, kinda silly. Let's carry on, I guess. The others need to be upgraded too, but we have another hour for now. Oh, Trelly for our first, legend. Hellion, I didn't upgrade her yet, so battle-tested glaive, the wolf's tooth, master sewn leather and furs, the wolf's pelt. Very nice. I think all the legends are set besides her. I just forgot for her for whatever reason. Oh, Marshmallow, masterful executioner's sword 2, the broken blade, bronze chestplate 2, indomitable. Very nice. Silverback and Moog are good for now. I think that should be it, but it doesn't hurt just to check. Oh yeah, Peroi. has not been treated yet. So I'm gonna send her to treatment, but before I do that, upgrade Jillian, might as well too. Chachi, here you go. Get some better gear. Willie, eventually be back to the fray. If I dismiss them, it'll be early a waste, so I'm trying to not do ones that I'll dismiss. So if I at least get decent stuff. Yeah, some of them would be dismissed because I don't have good party balance, but hopefully not dismiss anyone. Ah, shit, I should have done that first. Yeah, there's a right sequence to do stuff where you don't waste money and such. Okay, we have Antiquarian and an Arbalist here, both very good. Already upgraded the Arbalist, but might as well dismiss them, huh? Too bad you don't get some money back or something for all the upgrades. Yeah. That's the tricky thing. I have max roster, so there's no more barracks room to be had. But I probably should replace these ones. Antiquarian is already legendary somehow, so definitely not replace that one, but funny you even can dismiss the legendaries, but I'm sure there's certain instances you would want to. Just if you play a lot, but yeah, that's not necessary. So I guess we'll ignore the Antiquarian, the Arbalist. Bit of a waste there, but we could replace. He just. How many flagellants do I have? Anyway, he's in treatment. I don't need to remove him. Other shield breakers, yeah, upgraded. Yep, I would like her, but it'd be a bit of a waste to spend the money on the upgrades just to dismiss her, you know? Oh my goodness. Figure out the skills and all. Does she come with already upgraded skills? Yeah. At least she comes with already upgraded gear and skills, so maybe it's worth it. Alright. I guess I'll do that.
Those without the stomach for this place must move on.
Kinda silly, but what can you do? Does she have healing skills? Maybe not. Move resist, move skill chance, and healing skills. Movement was on the Bolas, so yeah, I'll have Bolas. Yeah, she's definitely more in the back, but the bandage, okay. Yep, that works. Good. And the other thing is marking. So if you have her paired with someone else marked, the sniper shot is good. If we don't have her paired with someone marked, I should really switch that out. You really have to go at battle to battle, don't you? Yeah, just the way it's designed. Got some incense. Carry on the current party, I guess. Oh, that's right. Hellia needs some treatment. Unless we want to continue on with an abusive affliction from the start. Probably not a good idea. She can go to any treatment then. Except bad gambling, she's likely to lose money, so have a drink, I guess. Now we need a new one in the front. Carry on with that current party into Warrens. Yeah, most likely another Warrens. This one being a another short one, that is good. We can have someone else in the front. Yeah, do a Dragon Slayer just because. Solar Bracer. Stun resistance. More damage. Balance out for crit and dodge on the Bracer. I would think that would work. Warrens, we have a little. Benefits, yeah, less speed, all that. That's what it is. Fading. I'm gonna cure some of these quirks before too long, because they will only get worse. They'll get like Red Skull, but you have to have a whole round of treatment. You have to have a whole week of treatment, so it's not really worth it to remove the quirks unless you're really trying to make the ultimate heroes. Like for these legendaries, for example, I could treat all of those for them, but they're nothing that bad. If there's something like really bad, you know, I can get rid of it, but I don't think it makes that much difference. Maybe a little bit, but not that much. For the most part, you just need the foundation to actually take on the Darkest Dungeon. Alright, Prentice, other stuff for now. Grim, good to see you. Yes. Joining your brother Alucard yet again, Mr. Grimm. Welcome back.
Welcome back.
Alucard now has the chat event too, so you have both been united. Great fun. Put the portrait on him again, try to get him a champion. Quick Joe, you can't have two flagellants is the annoying thing. The burden of suffering. Grim, we are ready to send your jester in before long. He is a champion, so probably for the next boss fight, we'll send him in. How are you doing today, Grim? We're alive for another 50 minutes.
Welcome back.
Before I get to rehearsal here tonight. And come back with Hogwarts and back to the job hunt in the morning, sadly. Income and other such to be found, but I'll find other things to support my professional acting abilities. For other stage performance and good fun. We shall see. For now, it's to the Weald. Professor Peter Patter, Plimpsnick, and twins. Let me give twins a name because they are top supporters after all. There we go. Ear adjusted Momogrim, nice purple, the darker purple. I found the other pink one for sofa here. Yeah, that's like pink compared to the darker purple. That was a specific rarity or something. How is your day, Grim? We got some new commands. You enjoy Hobbit and Hobbit 2. I mean Bilbo and Bilbo 2, not Hobbit, yeah. Bilbo and Bilbo 2. Adding the thank you command, hopefully, for tonight. I'm trying to just about me section, other stuff too. It'll only take a minute, but I just have to remember to do it nonetheless. 90% of rooms, let's go into the Warrens. Which nobody hates the Warrens, we'll be fine. Alright, this is short, so we don't need too much. Oh, that was intense. Yeah, just get a few things here. Not a big deal for a short excursion. Forward we go. We'll set the save file if needed, but I think we will if we just start extension. Be to here for the Radiant, literally the lowest difficulty in the game. I don't think you need to reset the game if you mess up too much. Resources do have plenty of trinkets and such anyway if I needed to sell extra money, so yeah, you don't need too much. You need enough, but not so much. Yeah, it's short, we don't need Latin. Good to see you, Mr. Grimm, with your blue dragon, hoping to improve the size of those, the shape of those. We do have Overwatch 2 and Marvel avatars now as well, if you'd like to select one of those in the About Me section, stream avatars, or the widget on mobile. And I hope to improve the dimension for the sum numbers actual add to the prime number to actually make it a right size. It's weird how you adjust the size for that. It has to be a prime number. But I'll figure that out and hopefully have bigger avatars soon, and not the addition of the regular dimensions without them going off screen. But it's great to see you there so far. That we had Elsa earlier, Alucard, Sofa, and Grim joining us in the chat today. Welcome, Grim. How are you doing? Good, sir. I didn't type it twice, did I? That's weird. Good to see you, Mr. Grim.
To prosecute our war against the swine, we must first scout their squalid holes.
Check out the Dragon Slayer a bit more. He's a level 3 already, so I'm thinking he's in. Ooh, some good scouting there. 90% of room, so yeah, go where we need. Unremarkable bit of books there. Get what we need, Mr. Grim, VIP Dragon Knight. How are you doing? Sub goal open for some whiskey tonight if you'd like. Enjoy some whiskey, do some other cheers. All Dragon Knights. Good stuff indeed. Clear out the herbs. Traps. Good enough. Professor Dragon Slayer. Very funny. So some spiders in the pig line. Simple spiders. Nothing too terrifying. 8-legged freaks, though.
Their formation is broken. Maintain the offensive.
Funny position on the funny times with that. To be sure. Says a damage mod against size 2.
Executed with impunity.
Size 2 here. Lightning Impale.
Great is the weapon that counts
you
on
charge
its
up
own.
the lightning. So what you see. Eldritch Altar for quirk removal. Ascetic quirk removed. Alright. That's fine. Need that curio while I'm here. Oh yeah, there's another good one here. Let's remove the negatives. Get that perfect Dragon Slayer already. 2 negative quirks down in a row. That's nice. Stop stepping on my feet, they say. Yeah, I'll skip that battle for now. I mean, I could take it on, but it's whatever. Just 90% of rooms. Easy for a short little excursion with the portrait. Makes the difference. Okay, trap. Villainous no-gooders. Let's see. Mr. Graham, what you up to, Mr. Graham? Another one, damn. This one will be good for
a handsome reward for a task well performed.
Well performed enough. See for cure anyway. That's all my holy water except for this one. Another one. That does it for his negative quirks. Now he can meditate in town if he wanted to. I probably could have kept that one, but it's nice to not have any negative quirks for a change since I'm so used to having that. Yeah, good melee boost, all those. Slugger. Different things for that. Brawler, Slugger. Oh boy. And the drummers.
As the light gains purchase,
that, so.
Spirits are lifted, and purpose is made clear.
Pretty powerful character. We'll get used to him. Blinded by the lights. I need a mark, I think. this stage. Just take them out together. Good work, team.
A death by inches.
Well prepared for the task at hand. Yeah, that'll do it. Uh-oh. He gets one licking after all, but no big deal. Alright, get that lightning impale. Boosted. Here it is.
Obliterated.
Pretty good stuff.
These nightmarish creatures can be felled. They can be beaten.
Nightmare creatures in adventure mode. A good start to it, to be sure. Lovely to see you all in chat today. Make the most of what we've got. Other great times, to be sure.
He's gone.
Bit fun with that one. Little bit fun there. Oh man. Gaming Grim Reaper. Just to add that rich present event chat all regulars. To be sure, the hunt event has started. I want to play that, but I only have time. Between streams, I'd like to play it on stream a little bit too, but I can't really. See, with 500 latency, as you can understand if you played any multiplayer game.
Such blockages are unsurprising. These tunnels predate even the earliest settlers.
Didn't bring enough shovels. I mean, it was a short area, but I think I brought a shovel. Well, it's done in any case. Should I do any extra curio here? There's just one here. I mean, why not? It's a quick one. This is a dungeon crawler stress simulator party manager. You've been a jester for a long time in it, Grim. Have you not noticed? I've had you as a jester for quite a while. Yeah, you name people after the chat, anything you want. But no, you clear the dungeons, you have to do certain bosses, certain other levels, and you get rewards. It's an RPG, roguelike, dungeon crawler, whatever you call it. The second one is actually out on Epic Games. It'll be on Steam in just about a month here, so I'm trying to finish it off here. I can't return to it lately. Yeah, it's all sorts of stuff. Just look it up, Grim, if you want a better explanation, but I've had you in the game itself for quite a good while, so...
Can you feel it? The walls
week
between
91.
the sane world and that unplumbed dimension of delirium are tenuously thin here.
I am 71 hours in. Yeah, I played over the years since stream. Almost halfway in the achievements. But, what are you talking about, Mr. Narrator? Yeah, your character here, Grim, and is named after you, so... You're about time you know what the game's about. You've been in it. Oh, man. Fear Anuf. Well, yeah, it's a pretty good game. It's just very stressful and challenging. Even the most base difficulty in it. There's a PvP mode, which is pretty cool. It's the only time you actually see the party's corpses. So I want to play that more for sure. I played it once before. The guy gave me a free win. I think he was going to beat me if he didn't give up, so I'm a little competitive and, you know, just over zealous when it comes to certain PvP things, but we'll come back to it eventually. I just get, you know, angry and stressed out, frustrated too easily sometimes, so it's good just to do the single player stuff for now. We have, yeah, some legends, some other people. These are all named for the chat. The colored names are Dragon Knights, including Sofa named today. And yes, your character, one of my favorite, the Jester, probably my favorite class in the game. Along with our districts we've built. We need more blueprints. We have the cartographer's camp for Torchlight, the performance hall because I am an actor. So finale is boosted. You can't use it in the farm endless mode, that's why it's really disadvantaged to using the Jester in the endless mode apparently. But yeah, it's a good dungeon crawler RPG, stress simulator, party simulator. You treat their diseases, their negative quirks, you get them good equipment, good skills, good provisions, good charms, trinkets. Then you head into the fray, try to clear the actual darkest dungeon. things like that. So we did some level ups from that last round. You can see here, sort by activity. We got some level ups. And the Flagellant here with the Ancestor's Portrait having a little extra XP boost, so that helps as well. Yep, the Jester, combative and entertaining and a bit psychotic, but very awesome. And you've got the newish upgraded gear here. We're the top cream of the crop here. I did have a legendary Jester before yours. He was the first legend, the first one to die as well. And one of the dungeons. Should we carry on the current party here, even with their affliction? Not too bad a treat. Yeah, we could do another scout here on the Warrens. I see no reason not to. Warrens are just the pigmen, so let's do another one. Eventually get ready for the bosses of things. We have dog treats. Take enough shovels this time. Yeah, not too much is needed, but we'll take what we need. Into another one. Mr. Grimm. Play for so more few minutes. We could start one of the bosses or something, but yeah, it's mostly just trying to manage these other parties. Dragon Slayer's a workshop mod. He's not actually in the base game, so I'm just expanding with that. Also expanded the inventory. Got some other mods for quality of life, stuff like that, so doesn't make it too much easier. It's even the easiest difficulty, and it's still very challenging, but it does help. I actually have room in the inventory. I was just constantly complaining about that, so I had enough of that for sure. Yeah, pretty good. I also have a few ones here. I think sit and sing for some of them, but there's all sorts of fun stuff, including other characters and things added. For sure, Grim. One of our only jumpers ever jumped though, so appreciate you doing that. I can make it easier for you if you want that extra credits to spend either for changing your avatar or eventually have little things for the avatars like customization trinkets. You can add gifts and stuff, but I don't actually have any gift options. Not too sure how that works. Oh, look at that, the blue one, very nice. First time I've seen the blue one transformation. It doesn't last long. We'll eventually be able to do the Pumpkin King boss battle when we have enough active chatters, but that's just a little extra thing for fun. It's not a big deal. Try to get him here. Yep, just the dance. The transform was really cool. You get a unique one for that too, so too bad it doesn't last a little longer. It's just a brief little thing, but it is pretty badass.
Give them no quarter.
And you can also hug each other. You can launch each other. Yeah, sorry the little delay on stream make it hard to catch those, but I gave you a few of these to make it more possible. And here comes the blast. You ready, Grim? Blue dragon about to fly. Ba-da-boom. What was that? A disease? What the heck was that? That was weird. Oh, scurvy. Okay. Just some scurvy. Little pirate scurvy with your fruits and vegetables on the ship. You need citrus and such. Prevent scurvy. One of these, I guess. Calm, yep, that's good. There's some Spideys. 76, the perfect place to have radiant light. You can't get lucky like that. It's nice. Eat some spiders, doggy. Oh boy. Judgment, yeah, I'm used to being in the front, so it's kind of weird to have it in the back. Why do these skills move around so much? Very confusing why they do that. Tries to keep you on your toes, I guess. I have no idea why it keeps doing that. Oh, I'll miss that. Get some double bleed, that would be fine. Might as well do the impale now, because there's such easy ones. 85% on that. At least he doesn't get a debuff from it, like the Hellions type of skills. Marking, that's okay. Yeah, I really like your blue dragon transformation. That was badass. We can always do that. Great stuff, Mr. Graham. discover these things.
Back to the pit.
Alright.
Be gone, fiend.
Everything needed for basic spiders, at least.
Seize this momentum. Push on to the task's end.
There you have it. Yeah, it's raining a bit. I don't know if I'll be able to look for jobs and such tomorrow in the rain, but gotta do what I gotta do. Let's see. Soon enough. Can't really procrastinate, put things off that are mandatory. Oh yeah, I missed it that time. I'm sure it was badass good. It'll be in the VOD after all. If you haven't subbed yet to YouTube Grim, please do. Trying to get to our 50 subs before we have our 1,000 video at least. Nice to get 100 before the 1,000, but I'll just post it to Facebook or something.
Obliterated.
We'll see. Yeah, it really is. Too bad it only lasts a split second. I did actually contact the developer of these specific avatars, the dragons. They said they haven't supported them in years, but yeah, I was still really glad to thank them and commend them for their good work.
Destroyed.
Oh, buddy, let the dragon slay. It takes on the guise of the dragon to slay the dragon is the interesting thing. Don't need to heal the flashlight.
As the fiend falls,
that's fine.
Faint hope blossoms.
That's just fine. Moonshine barrel. I'm gonna boost him probably. That is until camp. We're not gonna camp anyway. 20% damage for size 2. That's just for the ability. Plus 30% damage general. That'll be good for a little bit of extra damage. 8 to 16 base, 12 to 23 with the 30% damage boost. Good stuff, Mr. Graham. Get your jester here shortly. Hopefully, one of these rounds he will be in. Place other ones, rename them.
If only treasure could
Twins
staunch
is
the
the
flow
dog.
of otherworldly
Twins!
corruption.
My first ever subscribers actually are twins, so first Dragon Champions. Good to have the twins in the fray. Give another shout out to them actually. Much love, RuneScape playing twins. Played a lot of Dead by Daylight together. Yeah, I came to Sunless Sea. It was my first ever subscription actually in Sunless Sea. And they are very nice people from North Carolina. So now we enjoy them as the Houndmaster. I'm not gonna pretend one of them is the dog. You can think of that yourself. Just, you know, harmless, playful fun. Up we go though to the second half of the dungeon. Get some blades.
Packs laden with loot are often low on supplies.
Yep, you can't have both in the game if you didn't have the... See, if I didn't have the inventory mod, Grim, I'd already be 3 over the base stuff, so that is so annoying. You just can't carry anything. Makes the game so much harder. It's already hard enough. I haven't even been able to beat it in 70 hours trying to make like straightforward progress. I do take my time, do some extra stuff, but still, you know, without the inventory mod, I'd be just miserable still. So, thankfully, I have expanded that to twice the normal size, and that makes such a good relief, such a good difference. Catch you later, Sova. Thanks for popping in today. Glad to settle out with you. I was been hoping to see you for that, Sova. I was really concerned you were a troll from Steam, trolling me specifically for Chivalry. But you're just another guy from Steam, so thank you. Chivalry 2 to come tomorrow night, hopefully. Thanks again.
For the order!
On to little battle here, I suppose. We could just go that way, but I want to get the curio. Why not? It doesn't make any difference. This is easy. Oh, I actually do have Mankind Hater on one of these. Fear of Mankind, so you get some stress and less accuracy. He's afraid of them. That's kind of funny. Unholy Stuff with the Crusader, Mankind Hater. Fear of Mankind on that one. Thank you, Grim. Glad to see our newest YouTube sub, Grim, here in the chat. I also have other YouTube. I do like more like vlogs and skits and things.
Slowly.
Over the years, I did some other monologues on that, but I'll send that to you on Facebook or something. It's not really something I connect directly with the stream, except ones I have uploaded that are related to the stream, but for the most part, the stream can be plugged on that, but the stream does not really plug a personal one for that. Just the way I've marketed it, you know.
Decimated.
Marketable skills of my Mbappe. My goodness. We'll be fine, though, Graham. Appreciate your support. Just need another 100,000 and we can get that silver YouTube plaque. So. Yeah, friend just got his first 100 subscribers. He'd upload some shorts, so they're editing things. He does like several hours of editing just for a few minutes, you know. So that's not the kind of life I want. I want to just enjoy the stream, enjoy live things, do what managing other behind-the-scenes stuff I can, but not to too much excess, you know.
Their formation is broken.
I'm more of a in front of the camera person than a behind the camera person, so I have emphasis in performance my whole degree, so I'm not exactly trying to do everything myself. But do what I have to, do what I can. Managed a lot for the stream, put plenty of hours behind the scenes for the stream, so that's good enough for that. Backtracker, one of the most useless traits of them.
In Radiance, may we find victory.
Spiders we go, Mr. Graham. Good to see you. Newest YouTube, Dragon Knight. VIP of the stream. Let's see what this does. Golden Glint moves him back, activates Riposte. That's basically a retreat. I don't really need it then. But it's interesting to see, you know.
Another one falls.
Another trophy. You do a good job at what should do, my bro. Thank you, Graham. Celebrate. 3rd year, good fun. Still not at double-digit subs, but for that foundational 50, hopefully down the line. Judgment's such a weird position, I don't understand. Oh wow. 80% on the dazzling light. Judgment probably better. Doesn't make much difference though. Endure might be helpful, but kind of want to kill them at this point.
Confidence surges as the enemy crumbles.
Not many other buffs or debuffs, just to delay out and endure some curse stress. The flagellate can be the specific one for stress, the religious one, I forgot what it's called, but rapturous, yeah, he becomes rapturous.
Another abomination.
That's a flagellant specific affliction, so it's interesting. We'll be fine.
A trifling victory, but a victory nonetheless.
It was a solid victory against spiders, Mr. Narrator. Mr. Ancestor. Pretty funny. Yep, chatting with other friends at the hotel and things, and then put it on the TV, but we'll figure it out other times for that, Twitch and other stuff, Mr. Grimm. It's good that you're here, it's great times. Hope you're having a good one today. To discuss with you any things, enjoy these newest commands and all.
You're a very fine person, Mr. Baggins, and I'm very fond of you. But you're only quite a little fellow in a wide world, after all.
There we go. Harry. Yeah, I like that grape shot and Harry. All these group abilities like that are really helpful, so I'm enjoying them. Let's get one of these.
Continue the onslaught. Destroy them all.
That'll work. The rain is very heavy. You could play Heavy Rain and all these other type of games on stream. Outlast might be a fun one. We'll see, Graham.
Precision and power.
Looks like the extra challenge Diablo 4 is coming out. It'll be in June, even though it's the beta now, but June will be the actual release date, so we'll hopefully finish that Diablo 2 over 6 months now. And we can work forward to Diablo 4 after Red Dead 2 goal and Chivalry 2 goal are also complete. Then we're going to do the Lurk emote commission, maybe a Lurk emote goal also, but need to finish one at a time. I can't skip around too much. I could do multiple bit goals, but it gets a little excessive when I already have a donation goal in the Chillstone now. To have a donation goal and a bit goal and another bit goal, I guess I could do that, but I think 2 is plenty. Probably plenty for now. Alright. Here we go.
Well struck.
Anyway, it's just you know, icing on the cake, that extra support. The main thing is we're here, we're enjoying a lovely time on Twitch, which I have been a part of for 8 years. So Chatter community member and a streamer for 2 years, so it's great fun. That's the main thing. All the rest is extra. I do not do this because it's my main source of income support. I just spend all that I earn from it on gas money anyway to support other professional theater things best I can, or the pathway to professional theater, professional film stuff. I'd be like a personal assistant if there were more film things here, but there's just not that many industry here. There's not that many opportunities.
Foolish horrors.
And the ones that I can find, I will. There's a lot of scams out there too, so it's unfortunate. Try to get you audition, then sign up $7,000 to meet an agent, basically.
Now it must be carried home.
I have experienced several of those already. Just some wretches, I want that extra curio. Greed before need, huh? Get some nasty diseases that we definitely could have lived without. Oh boy. In the right position here? Yeah, they got moved back, didn't they? You don't really need the curio, but they're just wretches. Yep, it's kind of ridiculous, Grim. But people will take advantage of you if they can, you know. How it goes, sadly. Our society, our culture, capitalistic and some things. Why can't I hit the one in the back? That's so silly. There's nothing for the one in the back. I don't think any of this spill. Oh, except lighting sphere, but that's in the back. So there's nothing in the front that hits the back. Yep, not exactly my type of budget. Even if it was legit, I couldn't do that. But it's not legit is the thing. Just a waste. Waste of your resources. Something you would just do naturally anyway. Go to other acting schools and things before in my technology degree. I would consider going on more specialized school.
Great is the weapon that cuts on its
honing
own.
the skills even more, but I've had a lot of experience, a lot of productions. That should be enough for
be wary.
The gateway into
Triumphant
the
pride precipitates a dizzying fall.
part of the career. One aspect or another, you know. Alright. What happened to this curio? If I got it, it would show as claimed, wouldn't it? Or does it never do that? I'm sure they're supposed to find you. Yeah, and they only, like, when you do, basically, they only, there we go. They only get a percentage of what you make. It's not that you pay them and you don't get anything. It's supposed to be a partnership. Sure that. Forgot the hound treats again. Didn't make any difference. Anyway.
The swine folk's labyrinth may yet prove to be navigable.
Another quick one for that. We got Champion Toulouse. So no more flagellant fun for him. He will also refuse to go on the adventure level ones. Yeah, that's how it's supposed to work.
Let each help the other, and in
This
so
side
doing,
does not come
help
easily
themselves.
to such seasoned survivors, but the new recruits are palpably grateful for the assistance. Level restrictions removed for next quest. Ha ha! Interesting. So, because of that, that's the one I've been hoping would happen at some point. That's literally the one I was just talking about. Oh my goodness, look at that. Now anyone can go anywhere, so you can send legends, you can send the flagellant, you can send anyone anywhere. I've never seen that before. That's pretty cool. There's also specific things for the party. Grim, like if you do all bleed skills, it'll tell you it's like a specific one. I think it was the Hellion and the Houndmaster. Just to show you that it exists in addition to this really cool full roster we have here. That's pretty awesome. Where's the Houndmaster? Oh. Yeah, this one, if you put them in the right order, I think it's like... I thought it was that. Am I missing one? Maybe it wasn't the Jester, it was the Highwayman. Yeah, there you go. Watch this. You put them in the right order here. What? Okay, it was the Houndmaster, yeah, the Highwayman, the Flatulent. Was it something else? Maybe it was the Jester. I'm missing one of these, I don't know which one. I could have sworn it was the... But anyway, it would say Bloody Murder as like the specific parties type. What am I missing? Could have sworn, yeah, it was the Houndmaster, the Highwayman, the Jester, and the Hellion, or if not the Jester, the Highwayman. Pretty sure it was the Highwayman, not the Jester. Anyway, it's just a specific type of party synergy that doesn't actually give you any advantage, but it's just kind of a cool little effect. That's weird. Oh yeah, you can do 2 Highwaymen. Yeah, instead of the Highwayman we had the Jester, and then instead of the Jester we had... Who am I forgetting here? Was it the Flagellant? That's weird. It was one of those combinations. I thought it was either the Jester or... Huh. Anyway. Maybe it wasn't. Anyway. We can do anyone for any legend now. Any level. Any dungeon. So it would make it easier just to get the champion for that one, but... I don't know. There's nothing really for the higher ones, right? It's just... New recruits are palpably grateful for the assistance, so if you got like a legend with the Seeker, it says, yeah, it's good for the new recruits. That's the only time you actually get a helping hand. You like use new recruits and like 2 advanced ones or 1 advanced one. So it would make it easier for lower levels. But we can also do champions in green. Get them that extra wave. Could just do champions for the boss. Could just top them off a little bit. Let's see. If we do something like this. We don't have any support is the problem with all the champions. Yeah, that will not work because no one will have any healing. Anyway, got just a few minutes before I gotta go help family and such. So it is interesting to have this level restriction removed. But we would still shoot herself in the foot without support. But they could probably still handle adventure just because they're such high level. How much longer you been streamed tonight? Or now will be the last 15 minutes, Grim. Then tonight I'll be back after Melodrum rehearsal. Not likely to stream that because I want to focus on the task at hand, get people comfortable, get people excited, and not have to worry about them being on camera for the stream. And I'll probably be upstairs in the town area building instead of the downstairs, which was not very good last time because camera angles and such. So next time we stream that will be close to the performance. But yeah, just finishing up for now. Tonight though, we'll continue on with Hogwarts. We already had some good readings, Little Macbeth and Lovecraft today. That's the Polaris title, as you see. We made the thumbnail for that too. I'll adjust some About Me section, hopefully get the thank you command as well. And other good stuff like that, Grim, so look forward to it. For now, these are all champions. Why don't we send them into an easy one anyway? Either Cove or... I don't think it matters too much where there's such high level anyway. We've got Ruins, Warrens, I suppose Ruins. Yeah, they'll do the yellow ones anyway, but because it's green, it's just a little extra top off. This is really meant to help out the lower levels with a higher level, but because I'm just trying to top them off a little bit for Legend and fight the bosses before I send the full Legendary team in. Why don't we just do it like that? That way we get Grim in the action. Alright, let me actually position them a little bit better. It's not great positioning, but I'll make do. We'll make do for what we need. Oh man, this is not good at all. But yeah, we don't have any marked. That's okay. They can handle it. Alright, this will be long, actually. I could also give the bonus XP. Who had that again? Thank you, Graham. Have a good one. Take care. Thanks for coming by for a bit. See you soon. I'm forgetting who had that locket. So yeah, the flagellant. We just got level 5 up here. Yeah. So time to put that back on someone. Graham has actually lowest resolve XP, so we'll get that later. 33 for the rest. Actually, it would be better for him because these are also close, so why not put it on him? Alright, I'll take out one of these cloaks. And the rest will work out. Yeah, move resist don't matter too much anyway. Get that extra XP. Yeah, these guys are well suited. They could probably take out a boss right now anyway. But I just want to have them do a long adventure, so we'll get started on that. Here for all heroes available anywhere. That's mainly to help the lower levels, but because mostly I'm just balancing this out. These other ones anyway. Yeah, no requirements, so the higher ones can do the lower ones. We'll make it extra easy for them just to farm it through. Let's get a decent amount of provisions because it is indeed a long one. We do not want to run out of room for any of this. Supplies. Good enough. Alright, got everything. We'll begin it and save it for later, somewhere in the middle of that. But, you know, even without a support, they're such high level, it shouldn't matter. We have the camping. We're not gonna eat the extra food, but we have the other camping other stuff. Thank you, Grim. Thank you, Alucard. I'll see you guys 2 days in a row.
Unbearable.
A nice long dungeon here, just to top them off a bit of XP so they can fight other bosses and have more confidence in that. It seemed to be the best thing to do for my current roster, current alignment. Alright. Clear it out. Prepare more good stuff for next time. That'll be great. I'm gonna go help, so thank you, Grim. Catch you soon.
As the fiend falls,
yeah, you see them just crumble
blossoms
under their good skilled abilities here. They are much of a threat. They won't do much damage, while we will do a ton of damage. Okay, they actually do pack a decent punch, but we have the extra health, we have the extra stats. I'm not afraid. They'll be fine. They'll be just fine. A good start to it for now. We'll pick it up right from there. Extra champion.
Or is it merely a trick of the light?
Allowance. That will be totally fine. Looking forward to it. Let us pick it up from there. And we will be back. Darkest Dungeon. Other fun. Soon to come. Thank you, Grim. Thank you, Alucard. Thank you, Elsa. Thank you, Sofa, for dropping in today. We'll be back to you tonight with some Hogwarts, as promised. Hope you enjoy the readings, the songs. Very excited to share that blessing from one of my favorite singers. Other stuff soon to come. Tonight, though, we continue. Till then, have a good day. See you after rehearsal.